Good morning. We're on the record in case number 2021-00185, electronic application of Delta Natural Gas Company, Incorporated for an adjustment of its rates and a certificate of public convenience and necessity. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, and I will be presiding today. Joining me today by video conferencing is Vice Chair Amy Cubbage and Commissioner Marianne Butler. For those in the hearing room, please set your cellular phones to silent mode or turn them off. In light of recent increases in COVID cases, we continue to take precautions, including limiting the number of persons in the hearing room, social distancing, and cleaning the witness table between witnesses. Disinfecting wipes have been placed at the witness table. We ask that each witness wipe down the area at the conclusion of each witness's testimony. For those witnesses who will testify remotely and counsel who will participate in this hearing by video conferencing, to assist with audio clarity and avoid feedback issues, please do the following. Mute your microphone and turn off your video if you are not speaking. If you use a phone for audio and computer for video, turn off the computer audio. If you are in a room with several people on their own computers, turn off computer audio for all but one computer. If another participant is in a nearby office, close the doors between the offices. Please use wired headphones or wired earbuds for better sound quality and to ensure that wireless devices don't lose power. Keep a charger nearby in case your computer battery runs low. And finally, please alert the Commission if you're experiencing technology failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided contact information. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence on Delta's application for an adjustment of rates. Delta also applied for a certificate of public convenience and necessity. However, the stipulation and recommendation filed by the parties indicates that the CPCN application is to be withdrawn. At this time, we'll have an entry of appearance of counsel for the applicant Delta.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Braun from Stahl, Keenan, Ogden on behalf of Delta Natural Gas Company. Also have with me my colleague Mary Ellen Wimberly. She and I will be sharing responsibilities today. And also have Molly Loy, a paralegal in our office, who will be assisting with the document display.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Braun, for the Attorney General's office?
Mike West for the Attorney General's office, and the AG's witnesses, Brian Ostrander and Richard Baudino, are online.
Okay, thank you. And for Commission staff?
Tina Frederick for Commission staff, Your Honor, and with me is Mary Beth Purvis. She will not be providing testimony, but she will be taking notes.
It's my understanding, Ms. Braun, that public notice was filed into the record on Friday, is that correct?
It is, Your Honor, and we had filed a motion for deviation that was granted yesterday afternoon.
Okay. And that was the Leslie County
Correct.
newspaper. Okay. Other than the outstanding confidentiality petitions and the applicant's motion for leave to file the stipulation, are there any other outstanding motions that we need to address before we begin?
The only other one that we had was a motion for an extension of time to file the lead lag study. That was filed back in September. And of course, we filed that lead lag study 2 business days after the motion was filed.
Okay. What day was that motion filed?
September the 7th.
And that was for the lead lag study that was requested by Commission staff and Discovery?
Yes.
And the document was filed on,
I believe it was 9/11.
I have here 9/13.
Okay.
Okay. And the request was for how many additional days?
I think it was up to 5 business days, but we completed it a little bit quicker.
Okay. We will get an order out on that and take that under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we, in review of, get it here. And the proof of publication that was provided by the applicant. The notice indicated that the hearing would be streamed and that public comments may be made at the beginning of the hearing, and that those wishing to make oral public comments may do so by following the instructions listed on the Public Service Commission website, psc.ky.gov. Just like the record to reflect that for the last day and a half, 2 days, the PSC website has provided a link where folks can sign up to provide public comments. And it's my understanding, Ms. Frederick, that nobody has signed up to provide those comments. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll move past the public comment session. Anybody that is reviewing, either reviewing this hearing after the fact, prior to the submission of the case, or is watching it live, just remind that public comments can be filed at any time the case is under consideration. By filing written comments, those written comments, the directions to do so are located at the Commission's website, psc.ky.gov. You can also send your written comments into the Public Service Commission through email, and you would email psc.info@ky.gov. We just ask that any public comments include your name, address, and the case number, which in this matter is 2020-00185. Ms. Braun, is there anything else we need to take under consideration before calling your first witness?
Not from Delta's perspective, Your
All
Honor.
right, you may do so.
Sure. We will call John Brown.
Mr. Brown? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
John Bradley Brown, 3617 Lexington Road, Winchester, Kentucky, 40391.
Ms. Brown, you may ask.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your title at Delta?
President.
And as part of this case, did you file direct testimony?
Yes.
Did you file rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
And did you also file supplemental testimony in support of a stipulation and recommendation?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes to the testimony that you filed?
No.
Did you also sponsor data requests in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to those responses?
None.
Okay. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
No questions.
Ms. Frederick?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
There has been a recent rise in natural gas prices. I don't have to tell you that. Can you explain to us how Delta plans to react to this rise in natural gas prices to minimize the effect that it will have on Delta's customers?
Well, the industry certainly has enjoyed several years of low and stable commodity prices. And really the thing that Delta is distinctive in, it goes back several years, our Canada Mountain storage facility. We are seeing the benefit of that in this period of rising costs. And the way that works, in fact, the GCR filing that was just approved, and those rates are going into effect, and those will be the rates, the commodity rates in effect when this rate increase goes into impact. A part of that, you estimate what your gas cost is going to be. And in this particular filing, we estimated over that period it was going to be $1.4 million. Well, I believe 60-some% of that total comes from interstate gas, which sees the increase is about double of what it had been running. Whereas we still have storage gas that will be coming into that total. So I believe it was $2.55 an MCF for about 40% of the expected gas cost. So that, of course, there's lots of inputs into the GCR, but when all of that was presented and averaged together, our GCR rate only increased 15 cents, I believe it was, even though the interstate gas was more than double of what was coming out of the storage field. And so that was about a 2.5% increase in the GCR. So now, if the prices stay where they are, that will be a short-lived ability to keep that stable. And when the prices come back down, they'll be up higher. But it does serve to smooth that gas rate. So that's one thing that we can see a tangible, and that was, putting that storage facility in place in the 90s was visionary on company and the PSC for supporting that. I guess, something else that I would say, I think, just looking at this case, here we are over a decade after we had base rates put in, and the fact that we have worked so hard over this decade to keep operating expenses flat. In fact, if you look at the case that we filed in 2010, which based on a 2009 historical test year, the amounts of operating expenses that we're presenting in this case to go in these rates this year, it's less. So, and then because we're doing a future test year, that's 13 years between the historical test year of 2009 and the future test year of 22. And we are asking for less in operating expenses. So, I think all of that shows just a huge commitment on Delta's part to keep rates low. And that impacts when these rates go in effect. I think, another thing that we've done during this proceeding, this is our first forward-looking test year, and we have been very conservative in my estimation of how we have presented that test year. And the fact that our $15.1 million of operating expenses that we are in the settlement is actually less than by over $100,000 less than the actual in the base year. So that this, while it is a future test year, we're very conservative in applying it, and that is going to be seen in the end result. And the stipulation agreement, we're at 11.1% of an increase. So, again, over a decade, I think that works out to about 50 cents a bill, monthly bill a year. So it's just another impact. And I think, too, the rate design that we are putting forth, being able to limit the increase to below 10% for our residential customers, our largest group of customers, that helps. And then finally, at the end of the day, we will have customers that will struggle to pay the bill, and for that we have the HEA, which it's I feel like a really good story. We're poised in a good place for that because of the PSC, the changes that were made in the last year, both at the PSC and actually the fact that we were able to utilize some of the expertise at P&G in marketing our plan. I mean, we had from 2020 to 2021, we saw an increase. I think it was like 96% of number of people that used our plan in addition to the preceding year because of the increased funding approved by the PSC and also the company's increased funding and just getting the word out. So we think that plan is prepared to help the people who need the help the most. So it's really all those things together that we believe that have making this increase as easy as possible on our customers, but yet be able to do the things we need to do to serve them reliably and safely.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar with the weather normalization adjustment tariff?
I am.
Okay. Can you tell us what time period is used to determine normal degree days? For instance, is it based on a 10-year or 20-year or a 30-year weather normalization or something different than that?
Delta has always used a 30-year average.
Thank you. Now I'm going to turn to the ROE recommendation in the stipulation and recommendation for just a moment. You support a 9.3% ROE for Delta's overall operations as well as the same 9.3% ROE for Delta's pipeline replacement program. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. And are you aware that in recent commission cases, the commission has ordered a lower ROE for pipeline replacement programs than for overall base rates?
I am aware of that.
And are you aware that there have been recent stipulations in both Duke, Kentucky's gas rate case and Columbia, Kentucky's rate case? And those stipulations have reflected a lower ROE for pipeline replacement programs than for overall ROE.
Yes, I am aware of that.
And is Delta proposing to alter its current pipeline replacement program so that it's based on forecasted expenses?
Yes, we are.
And can you explain Delta's reasoning for not applying for a lower ROE to its pipeline replacement program than for overall base rates?
Well, I believe that if you compare the 9.3% with some of those other cases that you alluded to, that number itself may be a bit lower than some of the others. So we felt like that having the 9.3 used across the board was right in the middle of the numbers that we had seen.
Okay. Delta will operate its pipeline replacement program on a forecasted basis to be updated annually with a balancing adjustment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Explain whether this proposal increases the likelihood of recovering costs and earning a return on a timelier basis.
Yes, our proposal, well, I would say yes and no. The likelihood of costs being recovered would be no different because our pipeline replacement program that we've had in the past has eventually, we've recovered on all of our eligible expenses. And that, so the base of expenses to be covered is not changing. But the hope is with the projected test period that the recovery of that will be accelerated and it will more closely match when the money is actually being spent.
So the moving to the forecasted test year for the pipeline replacement program impacts more, not the rate of recovery, but the timeliness of it. Would that be a true assessment of what you're trying to say?
Right, the timeliness, not the level.
Okay. And are you aware that stipulations filed in Duke, Kentucky's gas rate case and Columbia, Kentucky's gas rate case each contained stay-out provisions where the companies agreed not to file additional rate cases for a certain period of years?
I am aware of that, yes.
And would you agree that stay-out provisions expose the companies subject to those stay-out provisions to greater risk than companies not subjected to them?
In general, yes. The thing to also keep in mind, I believe that some of those stay-out provisions did include some provisions about unusual things happening as far as, for instance, interest rates going up a certain percentage or those type of things that would kind of mediate that risk.
Can you confirm that the rate case expenses included with this case do not include expenses for meals or witness preparation?
I cannot confirm. There could be some expenses that would include some meals. It'd be a very, very small amount, but I would have to check the accounts just to make sure that.
Okay. Is there another witness that will be testifying today that might be able to speak to that?
Mrs. Schroeder may be able to, but she might have to also
Okay.
audit the details just to make sure.
We can send a post-hearing data request to ask for confirmation on that.
Thank you.
And can you explain why a true-up filing for the 2021 pipeline replacement program included in base rates would be appropriate?
A 2021 true-up. Well, it would just depend on the lag of the recovery. So the PRP rates in effect currently are based on spending in 2020, and that those rates went in effect mid-2021. So to the extent that there were over or under recoveries from that period of 2020, I believe that should be addressed, because we would not have known in the preparation of this rate case, exactly what the recovery for those amounts are. So there would need to be some accounting in order for it to function like a dollar tracker.
Is it a dollar tracker?
Well, probably not technically, but the balancing that has been in place would continue, however you would characterize that, because there has been some in the filing itself. You look at what you would recover and what you have recovered, and there's even some estimate in there as far as what you think you're going to recover. So there really is a lot of tracking in that balancing. So I don't know if you would refer that to a dollar tracker, but there's definitely balancing of the recovery.
Go ahead, Ms. Frederick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's turn our attention for a minute to Delta's reconnection and collection charges. In your response to staff's fifth request, item 14, you stated that the reconnection charge only includes the cost of reconnection. And can you explain why the cost support provided in response to staff's second request, item 4, labels the charge reconnect/disconnect?
I really cannot explain the difference in those headings. The only thing I can think of is that perhaps the thought is that the cost would be similar between reconnecting and disconnecting, but I would have to look at that to give you a better answer.
Okay. We may send a post-hearing data request on that.
Thank you.
Regarding the collection charge, in your response to staff's fifth request, item 14, again, you state that the collection charge may be assessed if service is not disconnected, if the customer pays the delinquent bill, or if the customer agrees to pay the delinquent bill by a certain date. Does Delta charge the collection charge if service is actually terminated?
Yes.
Do Delta employees accept checks, cash, or credit card numbers from customers who pay an overdue bill amount while the employee is on site to disconnect for non-payment?
Yes, I believe that we take payment by whatever means that we can.
And would that payment be taken by the Delta employee that makes the trip out to the residence or the location of the gas service, or would that be the customer calling into Delta at the time that employee was present?
Well, it depends, I believe, on the situation. If the customer has cash that they're able to turn over at the time that is collected on site. If it's a credit card, we use a third party for that, and so they would have to call at the place. That could be done while the employee is on site, but the customer would have to do that.
Okay. Is there another witness who might be able to give us a little more detailed information about how that whole scenario would play out? The Delta employee going to terminate service and the customer being willing to pay by credit card or check or some of the means?
I would say to be most accurate, we should provide that flow chart in a data request post-hearing.
But you did say that the Delta employee that was sent out to do a potential disconnect could accept cash, is that correct? If the customer was there and had the cash to pay the bill?
Yes.
What internal controls are in place to track that money that's collected?
Well, there is, because the service order, there is a paper trail, or, of the work being done as far as the employee is being sent for a collection. And so for each trip, there is an accountability for what was the result of that trip. Did it result in them paying or not? So that's kind of the first level of accountability. But then if you back up and say, well, what if the service person pocketed the cash rather than filled out the form correctly? The next step of accountability would be when the customer would get their additional bill and it would not show as paid. Then they would question that. But from a practical standpoint, we have not experienced problems with that.
Okay. Then can you describe how that cash payment that would be made to the service person sent out to do the disconnect, how that payment would be recorded and credited to the customer's account?
Well, it would be brought back to the office in that local town. We have 5 locations across the state where cash is handled, and so the service person would bring the paperwork back, and as that is being closed in the system, the cash would be entered into the system and in that day's work. Really no different than if someone had walked up and paid.
Okay. And referring to your response to staff's second request, item 4, can you explain why a reconnect takes an hour and a half to complete while a collection trip only takes a half hour?
Well, the reconnection, I believe just physically what's happening, it's more than communication with the customer. You are actually taking wrench to the meter. And then also there's the issue of relighting pilot lights and such. So there's some just more physical work that takes place to make sure everything is safe before our person leaves.
Okay. And if a service person goes out on a collection mission, for lack of a better word, and ultimately the service is disconnected, is the customer charged a collection charge if the service is disconnected?
I believe so. I believe that if the trip is made, I believe so, but probably should double check that to
Okay.
make sure.
Is there another witness who might be able to speak more directly to that?
I would put that probably in the same category as this to make sure. Let's do a post-hearing
Post-hearing?
request.
questions about the $25 farm tap turn-on charge that was originally included in the tariff. It's my understanding, I believe that that's been removed as part of the stipulation and recommendation. But with the stipulation removing the charge of excuse me on that, with the stipulation removing the change of ownership provision of the farm tap section of the tariff, the $25 turn-on fee no longer will be separately listed in the tariff. So originally, the $25 turn-on fee was going to apply when there was a change of ownership of the property to which the farm tap was connected. That is no longer the case, but the reconnection provision states a $25 turn-on fee plus payment of all past due amounts. And that seems to apply to circumstances where a customer's been disconnected, maybe for non-payment, and is subsequently reconnected. Does Delta intend to continue charging the $25 turn-on fee in circumstances that don't involve disconnection for non-payment?
I don't believe so. I probably ask Mrs. Schroeder that question.
And with this question, I'm referring to Delta's response to staff's 5th request for information, item 15, in which you discussed the non-recurring charge revenue forecast. Why did the company base the forecasted test year revenue for each non-recurring charge on a linear regression analysis?
Well, I wouldn't say that we based it on a linear regression analysis. I think we based it on just like we did everything else. We took history for the first 5 months of the base year and added the projected months. And if we didn't see, if we thought that was in trend, we didn't see any outliers, we let that number stand. And so as we were talking about the particular revenue components, I know that we did discuss that we were not proposing to raise any of those charges. So so that kind of took off the table needing to increase it because of increased revenue. So then it was to determine, well, this number that we got kind of a combination of history and budget, which is all kind of derived from history, whether that is a reasonable trend. So Witness Seeley, who did that part of the work for the case, both for the revenue requirement, the billing determinants and all of that, and those miscellaneous charges, we asked him to look at the reasonableness of this amount. And so then he did the regression in support of the fact that really there's not justification for setting forth the different answers, and that's all I know about the linear regression. So please ask Witness Seeley if you have specifics about how he applied that. But with that recommendation from him, we just left the number.
Okay, I'll be sure to ask him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you expect the level of reconnection and collection charge revenue to go back up to a more normal level in 2022 and beyond?
I don't know that.
Okay. Question is based on the fact that they had the COVID-19 associated moratorium against disconnect fees and
Right.
reconnect fees, so. And would you agree that the year 2020 was somewhat of an anomaly because of the pandemic and may not be an appropriate year to use when performing a linear trend analysis?
That's really what prompted the whole discussion to start with, and I think that we really did see, and your point is certainly well taken, but just to give you a little background, we saw a great difference in the numbers that we experienced here in Kentucky than even that P&G experienced in Pennsylvania. So, kind of broad statements like that, we were having to kind of constantly explain that, well, our numbers don't bear that out. Not necessarily the specific point that we're talking about, but it is very, very interesting, I think, that how normal our metrics ended up being outside of COVID. But, it's definitely something that we vetted, and just in that specific case, we felt like that the numbers that we had were a reasonable approximation, but definitely worth looking into.
And as a post-hearing data request, we're going to ask that Delta provide the revenue by month from each non-recurring charge and the number of times that each charge was assessed for each month starting in April 2021 to the present. And we're also going to ask Delta to provide the amount of revenue from each non-recurring charge by month for the period of September through August for each of the years 2016 through 2020. And also include the number of times each of those charges was assessed by month during that period.
Certainly.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Vice Chair Covage, any questions?
Good morning, sir. My first question is more of a general one. I know we were discussing earlier the stay-out provision and whether or not, not necessarily whether or not one is considered, but the fact that one does not appear in the stipulation here. Are we to read into that you expect to come back in another year or two for a rate increase?
Yeah. Vice Chair Covage, can you move closer to the microphone? It was very hard to hear your question.
Let me try to change. As you know, I was having technical difficulties.
Was that any better?
Much better.
Okay. My question was this, you probably couldn't hear it since you're in the penalty box or whatever we want to call that over here. We were discussing earlier the fact that there is no stay out in this stipulation that has been submitted to us, as some of the recent ones had. Are we to read into that Delta expects to be back in a year or two for another rate increase?
That is not our plan, and we, but of course the end result of this proceeding really will dictate when, with a lot of other factors, when we would be back in. But definitely our hope would be that would not be the case. But I believe that the negotiation position on that was, recognizing the fact that the return on equity was that we agreed to was certainly lower than our projections, to give us the opportunity that, because the direct impact of that is how long can you stay out? So I think that was part of the thinking was that in light of some of the present pressures, that the 9.3% is an appropriate amount, taking everything into consideration, but then also recognizing that there might be some pressure to come in earlier rather than later, and that just left that as a possibility. But that is definitely our we've been out for over a decade, so that's definitely not our hope and our preference. But definitely appreciate the opportunity to still have that as an option.
If we end up approving the stipulation substantially as is, do you have a projection of when we might need to come back?
You know, I have not run those numbers, and of course, we do projections for several years out, and I mean, I would say that I definitely would hope that if we are able to implement this largely as is drafted, we would try very hard to be 3 years would be the earliest is what my hope would be, but I definitely caveat that we've not worked the projections, but that would be my hope.
Okay. Turning to the CPCN request that was withdrawn, I noticed the expense was still left in the test year. Why is that?
Well, the, you know, of the project, which I think is, around 19 million in total, we had 1.7 million in the test year, and that amount is to cover the plans, drawings, those sort of costs, and then right-of-way acquisition. So, and so what we have done is that we have gone, we went out to bid for that work, and we have selected a vendor, and in the proposal documentation, that we laid out the time frame, updated time frame for getting a certificate application filed, and expecting a ruling on that in a certain amount of time, and we feel like that the project we will get back on track and be able to spend that amount by the end of '22. So we're optimistic. I mean, our expectation is that the certificate would be approved, and so it remains our best estimate of the money that we will be spending in '22, because while we definitely have the project spread out over a long time period, it is important to get started and work through the issues you have with right-of-way acquisition. Those can be tenuous, to say the best, and take a lot of time. So it's we're trying to get the project done in a realistic amount of time. So we really do want to get started, get that right-of-way money spent by the end of '22, so then we can focus on '23 on getting the tap done, and then focus on '24 and '25 on actually constructing the pipe. So it's all laid out, and so we're just really hoping to keep that intact.
Has Delta ever had a project requiring a CPN for which it got partial cost recovery in advance of even filing the CPCN?
Well, I think this is I can't address that probably fully, but I think this is a bit of a different situation. This is our first forward test year, so I guess I think in most situations, we would have never gotten granted of recovery of things in the future. So I think the normal cycle would have been, yes, you would have had a rate case, then you file the certificate, you get it approved, and then it's all past information. But the fact that this is all kind of happening at the same time puts this probably in a different situation than we've ever been before.
Turning to the PRP, if you're rolling in the expense in, or the cost into the base rates and the base charge is going out to customers, why is it appropriate to then get the true up?
Well, the rolling into the actual base rates has theoretically no impact on the amount of the recovery at the end of the day. It's the rate design. It's how it's being collected is how I would view that. So for instance, right now, say a PRP monthly rate is $6, and what we would in that example, we'll say that the increase going forward, that $6 goes to zero, but we're going to have to recover that $6 somewhere else. So say $3 goes to the monthly customer charge, and then $3 is recovered in the volumetric rate. So your whole, at the end of the day, we're still recovering the $6. So I think that's a bit of a different issue than whether we have any cost that needs to be rolled in from a previous period. So and really that could go either way. It could be an increase or a decrease coming from the previous period. We file hoping to be right on, to have not an over or an under. And I can't recall, I've not looked at really where we stand today on that, but I think it's a bit of a different issue the way I look at it, how it's rolled in versus the amount that's rolled in. I don't know if I answered your question or not, but if not, try again.
Yeah, well, you did, but here is my follow-up. If let's say it turns out you had over-collected, but it's already rolled in, how do the customers get a refund of that?
Well, so if it was an over-collection, then that amount rolled in, it could be a positive or a negative going into the calculation going forward. So in the event that we over-collected, then that would be a negative, so that would offset future expenses so that the customer would come whole.
So you would envision then, if you were over-collected, that the next year when you come in for your PRP expense that you asked for, you would essentially be starting from a negative?
Well, if there was no additional spending, but it would offset, we'll have several $1 million spent in the PRP, but it would be, whatever we spent would be reduced by the credit rolling forward from the previous filing.
Okay, that's where I was trying to get to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
That makes now more sense to me. So that then goes to my next question, which was, do you have any forecasts of what you might come in for the next year on the PRP?
Oh goodness, I don't have any specific forecast, although just as a general rule, we our philosophy to date has been to look at how much pipe we have to replace over the life of the program, which I never can. It's like to 32 or 33, somewhere out in the future, but when you average that back, it was 15, 16 miles a year that we would need to replace. So we have endeavored to at least get in that 16, 17 mile range each year. Now, so to have no big significant changes. I will say that in 21 we have exceeded that. But what we've realized has been happening in our plan. We also have mandated relocations. So if the state has a road and we're needing to move our pipe, from the inception of our program, those sort of things have rolled through this as well. So while those are miles that we are building in the plan, it's not replacing. So we really needed to build through the plan a little bit more than 15, 16 miles a year in order to still be caught up with the replacement commitment. So we just passed 20 miles in our for this year in 21 to partially address that issue. But all that being said, we don't foresee the the 20, and I know that we have the number in the record as far as what we expect to spend in 22 and for the PRP, and it's not materially different than what we originally expected in 2021.
Okay, so that was, so you don't expect any massive increase or decrease, you expect things to stay fairly level?
That's right. The only caveat there is that, you may see it increase a bit mileage-wise because I'm trying just to make sure that we are on track for the end of the program. And then the other thing, of course, costs go up. And so the miles may not go up, but increasing cost would cause the dollars to go up, but from year to year, it's not going to be dramatic.
Okay, I have one last topic. I won't say last question because that's always a dangerous thing to say. About the tariff and the changes to the force majeure clause. I don't want to ask you about specific parts of it, just about what was the impetus for changing and asking for changes to the force majeure clause?
Yeah, I don't believe there was any specific impetus for that, any specific concern that we had, but I believe that we just noticed that perhaps was best practice or in some other tariffs, and we thought that it was a reasonable language to set the expectation of what would happen in a force majeure situation, but there was nothing specific driving that.
Okay, that's my last question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Butler, any questions?
I just had one question. You're asking for the recovery of the pipeline before the CNCP. So what happens if for some reason the pipeline doesn't happen or it gets put off for several years? I think I remember it, you wanted to have it in operation in 25. But what happens, are you going to pay back this money? How will you treat that if the pipeline doesn't go on as you hope?
Well, the way our capital program works in our present environment is that we come up with the budget at the state level, and we present that, up to up the chain, basically all the levels of approval, and once that number gets approved, they really hold the states accountable to spend what we have asked for, because at the essential organization is where the financing those decisions take place, and they're managing the cash and capital needs of 10 states. So they really expect us to do what we say we're going to do. So for instance, for 22, we have presented, I believe it's $17.6 million. It's a little bit less than what we are spending this year. And so we have, I have monthly meetings with P&G and Essential, holding us accountable for our progress towards the plan. And the other aspect of the plan is that it goes out several years. So we have projects approved, if you will, out in the future. And one of the reasons for that is that if things, things never turn out like you plan, right? So they always want us to have projects that are approved, been vetted, gone all through the process out in the future. So if something doesn't materialize in the year that we're currently in, that we can basically go to the shelf and put that in its place. So that's just the way it works, part of the governance that we're under. And so what we would do, like we've frankly done this year with encountered some supply chain issues and such. You look at your approved projects that need to be done, and so in that case we would once we realize that was not going to happen, if the certificate was not approved, then we would go basically to the committee and say, okay, we had committed to take 1.7 million for this project. We're not going to spend it now, but in the 23 budget, we have this money. We would like to accelerate that project, and then we would adjust the 23 budget, and so that the 22 budget comes in as close as we can for what we've committed.
I understand how the capital works. I was just asking about your recovery of costs for your CNCP. But that's okay. I'll get with staff and we can follow up with some data questions.
All right. Yeah, I think that the end of the day is that we would we would spend that money. It would not be on the Nicholasville project, but our corporate parent would want us to accelerate something else. So that would be recoverable. It would be our approach on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I take from your response there to Commissioner Butler that your new parent company prioritizes EPS, earning their EPS goals. Is that fair?
They have lots of metrics they watch, being a public company, and EPS is one of them. Capital spend, safety metrics. I wouldn't say that there's any one thing that, at least from my perspective, is overriding, but that's definitely one of them.
How long have you been at Delta?
Since 1995.
Okay, so in that time period, I've already got in trouble the other day with Ms. Cooper from Columbia trying to put a time period on how long things are. So since 1995 that you've been at Delta, only about a year or two of that time has Delta been a private company. Is that right? Or held by a private company?
That's true.
Okay, so the rest of the time it has been a publicly traded company, either a subsidiary of one or a publicly held company in its own name. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's not necessarily different today than it has been in the past. Is that fair? That just the pure fact that it's a publicly traded company is not materially different today than it has been since your time arriving in 1995.
The pure fact, yes. In practice, it's still extremely different. When we were a standalone public company, we were doing everything associated with being a public company. Now, being one of 10 states, most of the direct work of being a public company, as far as the registration requirements and the financials and all of that stuff, that is all handled at the parent company level. So, while we are a part of that, we definitely are not involved directly with it.
So is there, let me just ask you this way, Should the commission be concerned by the fact that I was taught fairly early on in college in my economics courses, and statistics certainly, correlation is not the same as causation, right? Just because two things happen at the same time doesn't mean that one caused the other or vice versa. Should the commission be necessarily concerned that almost immediately after being acquired, Delta files its first rate case in, 11 years? Let me just, that's sort of a rhetorical question. The actual question I've asked, do you have an expectation that there will be a greater demand for Delta to increase the frequency in which it resets its base rates under the new ownership?
You know, I don't have that expectation. I think, you know, one thing to keep in mind is that really the transition that Delta has gone through over, you know, call it the last 5 years, has really, from a practical standpoint, prevented us from coming in. Had we been a standalone company, I feel certain we would have been in earlier than this because of just the way the results of operation, you know, the earnings had gotten to the point that had we been standalone, we would have had to come in. So it's really the acquisition and all the transition. This was the first opportunity that we had to really file and be away from the acquisition cases and all of that work having to be done.
You were mentioning earlier a capital budget in the forecasted test year for the, I guess, the fiscal year or the calendar year 2022. Is that the overall capital budget that you were discussing or the budget that would be related to PRP type projects?
The overall budget.
Okay, do you have any idea within $1 million what the PRP type budget would be in outer years?
I think, say 7 million.
Okay, so it's nice now, instead of having to be the first person to ask questions, it's nice now to be the last that gets to ask questions. So I took the opportunity during the rest of the examination to go back and look, and you were the expert, or you were the witness that supported Delta's initial PRP, is that correct?
Probably so.
Okay, so, and that would have been in case number 2010-116. It was filed in 2010. That was your last rate case, is that right?
Yes.
And so your capital in the 2022 year is about 17 million, is that what you were saying earlier?
Yes.
And approximately, we'll say 40% of that is PRP related?
Subject to check.
I mean, that's the neighborhood. I'm not gonna try to pin you down on numbers, but somewhere short of half, right? What has been the trend of the capital budget over the last 10 years? Has it been trending up on an overall company basis?
Well, for the first several years outside of the rate case, and probably leading up to the last rate case, we were actually, our customer count was declining a little bit every year. And I know there was at least 1 year that our rate base declined from 1 year to the next. So we definitely had hit a period of perhaps stagnation, if you will, as far as growth goes and capital. So it for a long time, the way I'm remembering it is that our capital spending did not increase. And some of that is in relation to the time that gas prices were higher and we were losing customers and such. And then, a few years ago, while it's not been remarkable growth, I would say, but we really quit losing customers and turned that around and net having some increase. And so I believe if you would look back, you would see that our capital spending of late has been higher. And so a lot of that has to do with the fact that we are seeing more demand, more customers, a lot of economic development, it is occurring. So you're seeing a bit of an uptick on that, and and then the just the fact that we were having the resources of P&G and Essential behind us now. I think that there is definitely they want to grow in Kentucky. They want to invest in Kentucky. So it's definitely something that they encourage.
When you say resources, you're referring to capital?
Yes.
Do you have an expectation the next couple of years, let's just say the remainder of your time at Delta, that you will go any years with having no growth in rate base? Net investment rate base?
Right. I'm thinking ahead to 5-year plan or whatever. We've got 24 and 25 as higher years due to the Nicholasville plan for that project. But I believe it's in 26 that's once we're through all of that our projection drops to a total capital budget of $12 million, which is significantly less than where we're today. So I think that I would say that that's my best estimate of what a kind of an ongoing capital budget would be for Delta. And I would suspect at a $12 million level, that would still be adding to rate base.
I find it hard to believe if it doesn't
Yeah.
still add to net investment rate base.
Yeah.
You were talking earlier about that there's at least a correlation between load growth and your increased capital spending. But in your 2010 testimony, the 2010, or the first year of the PRP, the anticipated capital to be put through the PRP was $1.5 million. Do you remember that?
That sounds right.
And actually, in your 2020 PRP filing, if I can find it here, in your 2020 PRP filing, you provide the 2010 through, it's case number 2020-00059, you provide your 2010 through 2019, basically the whole layout of net investment rate base, your total annual expenditures, less accumulated depreciation, less ADIT, to have your net PRP rate base as of the end of 2019, that calculation all the way through, that it would appear that the annual expenditures went from about 1.5 million to 1.7 in 2011, and these are all annual amounts, almost 3.8, 2.9, 1.8, 1.7, 3.19, 2.47, 2018, 3.889 million, 2019, 6.2 million, and now you're saying you're somewhere probably in the $7 million range. So how is it that so much of this that's coming through the PRP, which admittedly a portion of it includes mandatory relocations, so that could have some correlation to growth or expansion or construction, but how does the increase in customer counts explain the more than quadrupling of the PRP, annual PRP CapEx?
Yeah, it does not. That is not a correlation. But really the main large increase came when we had the PRP clarified to include the vintage plastic pipe or the outlay pipe. So, Delta had relatively little bare steel, unprotected, sub-coated steel for really back when we were initially talking about this and comparing, like our statistics with other AGA companies, we were actually one of the companies with the highest plastic pipe in the whole country, percentage-wise. So as a converse of that, we didn't have as much of the bare steel and such. So the project, when we came back in and said, okay, we're drawing near the end of this bare steel project, but we have a lot of this outlay. So the kind of the population of what we had to do over the next several years really increased. So I would say that, then coupled with, of course, construction costs have significantly gone up in that time. But the big increase, I believe, is when we started really attacking the outlay, and we were, knowing that we had all of that to do, we probably accelerated, more of the cast iron and stuff to get to the point that we're replacing the 15, 16, 17 miles a year in order to get done in the early 30s.
So, your testimony on page 11 of the 2010 case, you were asked, what are the main causes of leaks on bare steel pipe? And you state that the number one cause of leaks on bare steel pipe is galvanic corrosion. Excluding excavation damage, approximately 69% of all leaks repaired on Delta's system during 2019 were caused by corrosion. So in 2009, during 2009 were caused by corrosion. What level of leaks are being caused by this pre-1979, whatever the year is, plastic pipe as compared to cast iron or bare steel today?
From my understanding, and Mr. Morphew would be much better to explain this, but from what I understand, the plastic pipe, of course, it doesn't corrode like the metal, and so it tends over time to become brittle. And so from what I understand, the problem with it is quite different than the problem with the metal pipe, is that if there's any kind of stress on the pipe, if there's freezing, or if it was maybe laid too close to a rock, or anything that happens through the years, that it is not resilient like the modern plastic pipe is, and then it cracks. And so I think that it is not as much as a causing small leaks. I think that it cracks, and then you have a bigger problem because it's a bigger leak. And then the other problem we have with it is that just when you're trying to work with it, a tap or whatever, it just kind of falls apart on you. So it's a different type. So I think that from what I understand is that the outlay, it's really not a problem until it's a problem, but when it is, it's a more severe problem, and something has to be addressed quicker.
So, but the bare steel was a problem in 2010, a significant problem. 69% of all the leaks were caused by corrosion in 2009, right?
Right.
So-
But I would keep that in context of, for years, Delta's leaks in total, it's been a pretty small number, relative to a lot of other companies. So even though that 69% sounds high, if it's only on, 50 leaks or something, just to kind of put it in
But Delta's a
perspective.
relatively small company compared to some of the other LGCs in Kentucky, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so do you have any of the numbers relative to linear feet of pipe that it has significantly less leaks than the other Kentucky LDCs?
I believe that we have looked at that in the past, but I don't have anything
Okay.
on my fingertips.
So let's stick for a second to what we know. So we went from having 1 to somewhere in the 3 neighborhood, or even less than 3, $1 to $3 million, $1.5 to $3 million a year in capital spending on the PRP. Now it then increased to the threes, and now it's up past the sixes in 2019. And in 2022, the expectation is around the $7 million neighborhood, right? There seems to be at least some correlation between that. And going back to what you said earlier about resources, between the acquisition of Delta by first, I guess, P&G, and then again by Essential, is that as you've had additional capital, there's been additional capital sought to be put through the pipeline replacement program, or you all call it the pipe replacement program. Is that an incorrect reading of the situation, that as you have more capital available to you, you're spending more capital and accelerating it through the PRP?
No, I don't see it that way. You know, kind of back to a little example. I mean, if you've got, you know, and the numbers aren't accurate, but for instance, if we had 50 miles, say, of cast iron to replace, but we have 175 miles of outlay to replace. When we added that, the population of the work that we had to do transitioned from a 50-mile project to and incidentally, I think that we're within a couple miles of finishing all of that, of all the bare steel and all of that. So everything out ahead of us is this larger group. So the dramatic increase was recognizing that we had a bigger problem than we initially addressed. We knew that the steel, bare steel, all of that, we had to get that taken care of first. Then we have really transitioned to this larger issue.
Okay. So I will ask Mr. Morphew some of these questions, but I'll sort of ask you to stick around because Mr. Morphew, I suspect, can't answer the same type of questions about the capital budgets, and how capital is allocated by Essential down to Delta. I'd like to ask a couple questions about the balancing, the PRP balancing. When is the PRP balancing adjustment is filed after the end of the test year in the PRP, right? Historically, over the last couple of years.
It is, although, and I'm not exactly clear on the months, but even in the balancing adjustment, there are a couple of months of recovery that you have to estimate. So even though it is a balancing, then you have a balancing of the main recovery, and then you also have like a small balancing from the 2 months that you didn't know what the recovery was. So it's not as simple as, you're not dealing with all historical information at that point. So it's just a little more complicated. It's an immaterial difference, but just to be clear on that.
So and that's kind of one of the things I want to ask about is, you say it's a dollar tracker, but it's not even necessarily even if you wanted to call it a dollar tracker, it's not a perfect recovery of all O&M and capital costs, even after the fact, right? If for nothing, there's at least a time value of money component, right?
Right. I calling it a dollar tracker, it's not. It's a, well, maybe it's a dollar tracker of revenue. It's not looking for expense and making sure that at a certain level, it's more looking that the approved amount of revenue gets actually billed.
Okay. But the approved amount of revenue is not even necessarily actual money that has been expended yet, because a portion of it is forecasted, right? And not even all the revenues are actual revenues, is that right?
Okay, if we're talking historical, I mean, there are no dollars in the calculation that are projections. So when you come down to what the rate is, there are no projections in that. Before the balancing, it's all historical cost. And then the balancing is where you have a bit of difference, because you look at over the past year what some of the actual results were. So it's just in that balancing part that you have a little bit of estimation of what was recovered, but then in the next year, that's also included in the situation.
Will the year that the balancing adjustment applies to be cut short because of this rate case and the inclusion of that capital and base rates, or rate base and base rates?
You know, Witness Sealy is probably going to be better at actually talking about the mechanics, but I mean, to the best of our knowledge and ability, what we proposed was to make no difference to the customer as far as making this transition with the balancing. And I can't explain the mechanics of what we proposed, but I do know that it is going to take some time to work through that in order for the customer to be made whole on that.
Well, but you keep saying made whole, but what I'm asking about is if only a portion of the months, right, that would apply to the balancing adjustment are actually reflected, and then it's cut short, and that capital is then included in base rates, right? The company's not proposing to then go into base rates and pull out whether or not it was over or under recovered in the months that it was in base rates, and then apply that to the balancing adjustment rate, or a balancing adjustment rate, correct?
I don't think that, I mean, I'm not particularly clear.
Well, so let me ask, okay, so hypothetical, and I'll ask Mr. Seeley exactly, but if only 8 months of this PRP actually are into effect, and then these rates go into effect, right, the base rates go into effect, and all that capital is then recovered on a prospective basis in a forecasted test year, you know, the forecasted rate, 13-month average rate base times, weighted average cost of capital, times bill, using the forecasted billing determinants for the forecasted test period.
Let me, if I could ask you a question though, but, we are not, we're proposing the PRP to be zero in
That's right.
22.
That's right. And so when base rates go into effect, the PRP amount is then zero, and those capital, the entirety of the amount of costs that were included in that historic PRP are now recovered through base rates, right?
Yes.
So let's say that 8th month is when it cuts, and the PRP actually only recovers those costs through 8 months, because it goes to zero starting in month 9, because the base rates go into effect, and it zeroes out the PRP, right? That's the proposal, correct? Okay. So the capital, right, for that all the capital that was in that PRP, plus forecasted capital, are now being put into base rates and being recovered on a prospective basis, right? And times a certain number of billing determinants. And what if the company, the billing determinants, it's going to be a cold winter or whatever it may be, the billing determinants are actually, from the rate case, undershoot what actually happens, right? So you all over-earn or get revenues in excess of what were anticipated, let's say through those first 4 months, right? So you're actually over-earning on that capital that was in the PRP, even though you may have under-recovered through the first 8 months of the PRP. What I want to make clear is you all aren't in that balancing adjustment proposing to go look at rate base or base rates and figure out whether you over-earned or under-earned on that PRP capital to apply to that balancing mechanism, right? You're just going to be looking at what portion of that PRP was in effect for the time that it was in effect for that balancing adjustment.
I believe I follow you, and I believe I agree with you on that.
Okay. All right. You mentioned earlier about the PRP, and the quote you said was, and I don't want to take this out of context, I want to tell you what I heard and then ask you what you meant by it. You were referring, I think it may have been the vice chair's questions, you were talking about the end of the program. Is there a defined, either internal or external, end of the program for the PRP? Do you all have a defined end date or target for the amount that, do we want to recover all of the Aledo A? Do we want to get rid of all of the bare steel, or is it 80% and we can do the rest through base rates? I want to understand sort of what you meant by end of the program and what your all's plan is regarding the PRP.
There is an order, and I can't recall the number, but that addresses the PRP and does have some provisions for if it needs to be, I guess, lengthened. And that is in the early 30s is a date that's stated. And so we are following that order as far as, and our plan and our expectation is to, on a relatively ratable way, is to get it all replaced by that date, so we don't have to ask for an extension.
How much of your all system will you have replaced between 2010 and your all's expectation of when that program ends?
Well, I would just, maybe 10%.
Okay, and I don't want to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Can we ask that in posting data request, Ms. Frederick, of the anticipated, including all of the types of pipes, right? Let's assume some reasonable assumption or reasonable amount each year for mandatory relocates, right? The trend or the last year, just extrapolate, whatever it may be, the anticipated replacement of the total pipes through the PRP under the current plan. We'll ask that as a post-hearing data request. And I want to ask about how the PRP is populated each year, why those projects on any given year. Is Mr. Morphew the person to ask about that?
He would be, yes. We generally have been prioritizing the steel and unprotected pipe ahead, but we really rely on leaks. And if there's a section of pipe that is tends to be problematic, then we can move that ahead. But he can talk about that, and the engineering department has done a really good job at staying ahead and getting a lot of those projects engineered so that we basically are ready to pull projects off the shelf if we have a section of pipe that has a problem. More than likely they've already got it engineered, and we can move to that pretty freely.
Would you agree that that from the company's perspective, the capital demands exceed the capital available?
The capital demands exceed the capital development. Well, there's always scarcity.
Well, Commissioner Butler was asking you the question earlier, if you don't spend that money for land acquisition for the Nicholasville pipeline, that you'll find something else to spend it on because we have other things, right? It's like kind of like in sports they say next person up, right? That you will have other needs that you will then pull forward.
Right, and that's I think the theory behind having this forward planning a few years in advance, because you do recognize that there are projects that need to be done, and you can't do it all at once. And so yeah, I think definitely in the environment we find ourselves, there's plenty of work that needs to be done, and it's just prioritizing and recognizing how much we can physically do in a year.
Well, and the reason I ask, we've had other utilities come in here, other Kentucky LDCs, say that one of the reasons they've prioritized pipeline replacement now is because it correlates with low gas prices, and customers effectively don't notice that their bills are going up, even though they're going up. They're staying steady because the capital is increasing in the bill, even though the gas cost recovery is actually going down or staying stable. And so it begs the question, at some point, what happens when gas costs do go up? And I'm curious, if from Delta's perspective, I take from your testimony today that one of the reasons the capital spending was where it was due, at least in part, because that was the capital available to spend. And my question is, if you get a call one day and say, we're gonna double the amount of capital we make available to Delta, do you have a concern that at some point, too much capital, what the impact on customers' bills are, especially given the volatility of gas costs? That it could be a $60 bill, gas costs go back to $10, it's easily a $100 plus bill. Do you have any experience or concern that merely sort of, budgeting to what's made available as opposed to what can then be turned around in rates? I'm curious where you balance that.
Well, I think, my perspective is probably a little different on that now, being, it's, when you're part of an organization, I think that we're spending, $1 billion a year in capital. So it's hard for me to think that anything that we spend here, I think anything that we feel like that we can justify and need to do here, I believe could be funded. So it's I don't see the way that the organization is plans ahead. I don't ever see the scenario where I would get a call and say, we want you to spend more than what you said you were going to do, because from my experience, it has been, we want you to work your plan, no more and no less. So I don't think the lack of capital or the desire to spend capital is really what we're operating under. It's, we are looking at what we need to do. And I definitely have heard those arguments. I mean, I don't know that there's arguments about, I think it was a good time to invest in infrastructure when the rates were low. Perhaps that would have been an argument, well, maybe we should have front-loaded, done more of the work earlier in this several-year period than doing it ratably. But I believe that we just feel like it's work that needs to be done, and we don't want it to be, we don't want to stress our system. We don't want to ramp up and then be done with work. We want to keep it steady. So I really do. I don't think that the scenario that you presented would actually occur, at least in the environment that I understand it now.
And so, from your perspective, do you identify needs and then come up with what you expect that total need to be, and then send that up to Essential in a request for capital? Or do they identify to you how much capital will be available and then ask you to plan accordingly?
No, it starts actually with Mr. Morphew's group, and they discuss over the next few years the things that they are aware of, and we talk together about projects and such. And so when we are satisfied with it in Kentucky, we solicit, there is some information that comes directly from Essential, and that would be the IT budget. They do that all together, Peoples, Delta, Essential, and all the states. So that part and that piece of it, we add to ours, but I believe everything else originates in the state. And then then there are several layers of review. The company is organized with Essential at the top, and then there's the water division, Aqua, and then there's the gas division, P&G, which we're a part of. And so our capital information goes up to my boss. I report to the president of the gas organization, and their finance folks there, and they vet everything, and we talk through it. And once they understand it, then it goes to the Essential level, where there are another round of talks and discussions. But my experience has always been defending the projects that we believe we need to do. And, they're asking questions about, and they understand, they definitely understand the regulatory process, and but they're most of them are more from the water standpoint. So it's more education. What is this that needs to be done? Why are you doing it that way? Why and so it's really defending our budget to them, and then it goes through the process, and we have had very good success in getting budgeted what we have asked for, and one. But they have had comments in the past on timing, and maybe want to delay that project or move that up, or some things that we had in the future. They were like, it seems like that seems something you should go ahead and start on now. So it's really more of the discussion. The moving is more on timing than actual raw dollars, and so then I guess the board ultimately approves it by the end of the year. So it's a several month process. But no, they don't set a number. And like, for instance, that I mentioned the $12 million number way out in the future. I mean, there was no concern about that, or no one questions like, well, why is it dropping off? I mean, it's obvious. We've had these projects, and it's going to be lower, and that's the conversation. So I think it's been a very healthy relationship, and they definitely ask us to vet the plan, but yet they're flexible in the year, knowing that things are going to happen, but they really do expect us to move things around and try to stay on plan.
So in the last year and a half, Delta has changed its, at least to a small degree, amended its cost allocation manual. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And who reviews the cost allocations to Delta at the Delta level?
That would be the controller.
Okay. Do you have any experience in that position, controller?
I do.
Okay. So what I want to make sure is that I want to ask and make sure that the person at Delta that reviews those cost allocations is a Delta employee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you personally aware, whether that employee knows what the cost allocation manual includes?
I do, yes.
They've read the cost allocation manual, they understand what should or shouldn't be allocated?
Yes.
Okay. And the cost allocation manual, as you understand it, is broader topics, right? It's types of costs, categories of costs, and how those categories ought to be allocated. Is that a fair characterization?
It is. It's not specific. It's very general.
Right. And so as to specific amounts, do you have experience at Delta since the P&G acquisition or the Essential acquisition of concerns about the level of costs that are allocated pursuant to the cost allocation? It's one thing to allocate it pursuant to the agreement you come with, and then all of a sudden it's quadruple what you thought it was going to be. What experience do you have of the sufficiency of a review at Delta to ensure that the level of those allocated costs is not too much, too little? Maybe you're worried it's not going to be enough any given month, and all of a sudden you're going to get a high one because they messed it up the last time. What's your experience with that, and frankly, level of concern as to whether or not that's being appropriately done at Delta today, or whether it needs additional controls?
Well, from an overall perspective, as president, really my visibility into that on month in, month out is my review of the operating expenses versus budget. Well, really, it starts back at the budget process, because we develop the O&M budget, and we clearly we've not budgeted significant increases in O&M, because we're sitting here flat over all these years. So and, you know, on into '22. So I know that we're not budgeting those expenses, I mean, overall expenses to go up. You've got some give and take where we're transferring some duties, some work that is being taken by them, so we're paying for that. So overall, my expectation is that the level of expense is relatively flat. And that, you know, from that review that I've done, I've not had concerns. And because I know that we set the budget, what went into that, and then, you know, you know, there's a lot of scrutiny, budget to actual, and, you know, any increase, even on affiliate charges that pop out of that would show and have to be explained. And I know that I've not had to explain any O&M fluxes are because of increased management expenses on an overall basis. So that is, I would say, the first level of comfort that I've had. And then the other thing that is it's more interesting to me personally than perhaps the organization as a whole. You know, they are more focused on actual versus budget. But to me, looking at prior year is very important. And so I satisfy myself that the levels of O&M that we're incurring makes some sense in relation to the previous year, and just understanding the changes that have taken place and stuff. So, you know, I would say that, you know, through this time and the review that I've done on the high level has not, you know, that has not triggered any concern. Now, there have been, well, like I say, the controller is seeing the actual details in different forms, and you know, and my relationship with the controller is always, you know, if there's a concern, you know, basically, you know, I want them to handle it, but if it's something that they think I should be aware of, or they need, you know, they need my support on getting something changed, then I definitely want to know about it, or I want to know, you know, if they've challenged something and if they're not getting anywhere. I mean, I definitely want to be informed about that. So there have clearly been situations where I have gotten involved and I've challenged individual situations, and in every case I've gotten it changed. So I feel from that perspective that it's a healthy give and take.
Okay. I think we'll take a short break, Ms. Braun, before letting you do redirect.
Sure.
I do have one question, one request, and it's around both of the commissioners' questions around the Nicholasville pipeline and the inclusion of those costs in the test year. And I anticipate at the end of this, I'm telling you this now because I'll forget at the end of the hearing, but I anticipate at the end of the hearing asking you to brief this issue, and in particular, the interplay between 278, 0201A, and E. A being the requirement that prior to construction, the remainder of the language, prior to constructing, and then it provides a list, you shall receive a CPCN. It seems clear to me that the company anticipates that it believes a CPCN is necessary for this project. But then E requires that the CPCN be acted upon within 1 year. Right? And the question I have is acquisition of, it's a legal determination, is acquisition of property fall under the list of prior to constructing property, plant, equipment, provides a list. If for no other reason than my understanding historically has been that the commission has read 1E to apply, that the 1 year does not run if you are actively acquiring property, right? That is deemed to have been exercising that CPCN. So, and maybe I can, if I don't forget, I can add more clarity around that at the end, and we certainly will in a written order. But I anticipate that the commission will be interested in receiving a legal brief
Sure.
on whether that land acquisition can occur prior to receiving a certificate of public convenience and necessity.
Certainly, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take just a short 6-minute break. And then we'll come back to you, Ms. Braun, for redirecting. We're back on the record in case number 2021-00185, the electronic application of Delta Natural Gas Company Incorporated for an adjustment of its rates and a certificate of public convenience and necessity. Ms. Brown, do you have any redirect of your witness?
Just a bit, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Sure. Mr. Brown, I want to take you through a timeline of the PRP, just so that the record is clear on how that has developed. And I think your testimony was that the PRP was initially approved in Delta's last rate case, which was case number 2010-116. Is that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall the asset classes that were initially approved in the PRP?
it was bare steel and unprotected, like cast iron pipe. Those were the major categories of pipe that were to be replaced.
And in 2018, Delta filed an application to expand the classes covered by the PRP. Is that your recollection?
That's correct. That's when we recognized the risk that the outlay and other vintage pipe presented to the system and wanted to expand the program to include that situation.
Had there been any changes to the asset classes between 2010, when it was initially approved, and that 2018 filing regarding the vintage pipe?
No.
Had the cost of the PRP program, were they relatively flat from 2010 to 2018, or did they increase?
In relative terms, to compare, compared to where it is today, it was relatively flat.
And in 2018, and that was case number 2018-00086, when Delta sought approval to expand the asset classes for its PRP, did it provide estimates to the commission of what the annual PRP spend would look like if its application was approved?
Yes, it did. Okay.
And did Delta propose a spending cap in that case, if you recall?
We did. We did propose a spending cap of in excess of $7 million. It was like closer to $8 million of a spending cap.
And subject to check, Mr. Brown, because I know you don't have this order in front of you, but do you recall the commission's ruling on Delta's proposed spending cap?
Yes, we were actually surprised that the commission denied our request for the spending cap because they denied it. I assumed it was because they did not want to limit if the prices went up in the next so many years, that didn't want to have to address that.
And is the 7.8 million number that Delta disclosed in 2018 in that PRP proceeding consistent with the level of PRP investment in this case?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few questions about the CPCN and the Nicholasville project.
Okay.
When Delta filed its application in this case, did it request a CPCN, I'm going to call it, for the Nicholasville project?
Yes, we did.
And at the time Delta filed its CPCN with the application, the request for the CPCN, did Delta include the engineering plans and specifications associated with the project?
So when you say include, what?
Sure, bad question. So when Delta filed its application on May 28th of this year, did Delta provide the engineering plans, drawings, and specifications for the Nicholasville pipeline?
No, we did not provide that information. The reason was that in order to really save cost and be able to work more efficiently, What we typically do is we do a very high-level route when we design a pipeline or plan for a pipeline, and then identify the parcels of property that we would like to utilize for that pipeline. And then really concurrently, as we are working through the right-of-way process, then we do the very detailed maps and design work when we know exactly the path, because inevitably, when you try to get right-of-way, things occur, and you sometimes are not able to get the exact piece of property that you would have selected first, and then you have to go back and change the design. So that has been Delta's standard procedure for building pipelines. So we asked to be able to do this pipeline using that same procedure.
And are you familiar with the Commission's October 18th order in this proceeding denying the Delta's request for a deviation from filing the plans, drawings, and specifications with the application?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what that order requires?
It does require that we present the drawings, design, specifications of the entire pipeline as a part of the CPCN filing.
And does Delta intend on filing a standalone CPCN proceeding for the Nicholasville pipeline?
Yes, and we will include that information, and in fact, we have bid out that work and have a firm working on that right now.
And the cost of the Nicholasville pipeline that are in the test year, if I'm remembering your testimony earlier, was around 1.7 million. Is that what you said earlier?
Yes, the cost in the test year is that about 1.7 million. And that does not include any construction cost. That's just the planning, drawings, and the work with acquiring the right-of-way, and then actually some acquisition of the property itself.
Okay, so the plans, drawings, and specifications that the Commission's order will require in order to file the new standalone proceeding, are those some of the cost of that $1.7 million?
Yes, for sure.
And it's your understanding, based on the Commission's order, that you have to have those drawings and specifications in order to apply for the CPCN?
Yes, from my understanding, that was the only part of the application deemed to be insufficient.
And if the amounts related to those plans, specifications, and drawings are removed from Delta's test year, is that effectively denying Delta the cost associated with complying with the CPCN requirements?
Yes, essentially.
And I believe you said a few minutes ago the construction costs are not in that 1.7 million. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
And I just want to be real clear on what is in the test year in this case and what is not. So the 1.7 million is the only amounts related to the Nicholasville pipeline that's included in the forecasted test year in this case.
Yes,
And none of those costs are construction costs.
that's true.
And if Delta stipulation and recommendation is approved as filed, does Delta believe that it has rate recovery for construction of the entire pipeline?
No, not, because the construction would take place in our plan in the years 24 and 25. And, if the certificate is approved, then we would present those expenditures for review at the next rate case after that.
Is Delta taking the position that if it receives approval of the stipulation, which does include costs related to complying with the CPCN requirements and the right-of-way acquisition, is Delta taking the position that it has a CPCN for the Nicholasville pipeline?
No,
And it's Delta's intention to file I think you said a CPC and application. Do you have an estimate of when that will occur?
We are hoping really by the end of the year, early January.
That's all the redirect that I have.
Mr. Brown, I'm gonna ask, politely, so I don't have to tell you, if you would stick around through the remainder of the hearing, just because we may have some questions we call you back for.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Take your time, no rush. Ms. Braun, after Mr. Brown is able to vacate the, cone of
Clean it well, please.
cone of silence over there. Feel free at your convenience to call your next witness. I would ask that you also, I didn't catch it the first time around, if you ask the witness, each one, if any of them bring documents with them to the
Sure.
stand, if they would identify the documents,
Certainly.
what's in front of them.
And the next witness that Delta is calling is Jonathan Morphew, and Miss Wimberly is going to be coming up to council tables for that, so we'll talk.
Mr. Morphew, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Jonathan Wright Morphew, Delta Natural Gas Company, 3617 Lexington Road, Winchester, Kentucky, 40391.
Ms. Wimberly, you may ask.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Morphew. Would you please state your position at Delta?
I am
Not about that.
Director of Operations.
And did you cause to be prepared in this proceeding direct and written rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Did you also sponsor certain data responses in this
I did.
proceeding? Do you have any corrections or updates to
I
any
do
of
not.
those? Great. Do you adopt the testimony as your own today?
I do.
And did you bring any documents with you?
I did not.
Great. Witness is available for cross.
Mr. West, any questions?
No questions.
Ms. Frederick, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Morphew, as it relates to the $1.7 million that's in the forecasted test year for the Nicholasville pipeline project, can you tell us how much of that 1.7 is related to right-of-way and land acquisition, and how much is related to engineering plans, drawings, and specifications?
Okay. I'll give it a shot. I don't have that in front of me, the breakdown of that in front of me, but we had roughly for confidentiality's sake, do I want to get into the actual dollars on this? Is that acceptable?
Yes, Your Honor, we had filed some of this under a petition for confidential protection, the specifics of the portions of the bid. So we would request, if we're going to get into specifics or pull up those exhibits, that we do so in confidential session.
Well, so let's take a step back. What is it that you're asking about, Ms. Frederick? The amount that's reflective of the engineering?
The engineering versus the land acquisition, because in the DR responses to staff's DR2, it's item 15B, and I think it's DR3 set item 7. Delta only discusses the 1.7 million as being related to land acquisition. So what we're wondering now is how much of that 1.7 million would be spent in 2022 for land acquisition versus engineering plans or other items.
Is that
We could do
subject
that
to
in
a
posting
current,
data request.
is that subject to a current petition for confidentiality, the aggregate amount by year?
Your Honor, I believe the portion that was, it was the individual components of the bid, and then also what made up our estimate. And I think some of this is due to the fact that our plan that we originally proposed was that it would all be spent on right-of-way, but now that we're spending money as well on the plans and engineering, that will be in addition to the right-of-way acquisition.
So I'll take a step back and ask Mr. Morphew for a second. When were you all planning on spending the money on the engineering?
Subsequent to the request by the commission,
No, initially, when you walked in the door May 28th, when was the anticipation that you would incur costs related to engineering, design, specifications, architectural, whatever it may be? What year were you all anticipating spending that amount?
2022.
Okay. So, well, if you have a concern and you have specifics that you know are confidential on this, and Mr. Morphew has the documents available to him that are confidential, I'm confused at where this will be now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm
Yeah, so-
not sure I
so-
follow you here.
So he has a concern that the numbers that Ms. Frederick asked him about are confidential. So if they're confidential, that means they're in the record, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so what I'm asking is, if we get into the specifics, does Mr. Morphew have available to him through counsel the documents that he needs to answer Ms. Frederick's questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Loy has the record, including the confidential components, and can pull up the items. that
Okay,
we need
and just to
here.
confirm, we'll go through this here for a second. I see first question is, Ms. Wimberly, has Delta entered into a confidentiality agreement with the Attorney General's office in this case?
Yes, we have, Your
Okay.
Honor.
And these documents have already been made, I guess contemporaneous with filing them, already been provided to the AG's office, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. West, I understand, Mr. Ostrander is on and Mr. Bardino is on. Are they signatories to the appendix included with the confidentiality agreement?
Yes, I believe they are.
Okay. Mr. Stelter is with us, Ms. Whitaker is with us, obviously the commissioners, Mr. Moore is with you all. And so the only question is who Notebook is before we go. That's great. Ms. Lloyd. So Candace, we'll go now on to the confidential record. Please just let us know when we're on. Ms. Frederick, would you like to continue?
Yes, thank you. Can you explain to us how the rights-of-way will be recorded on Delta's books prior to construction? For instance, are they going to be classified as plant held for future use or construction work in progress?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but I will try to answer that. You're talking about the cost incurred for the right-of-way acquisition, correct?
The accounting treatment for them, yes.
Yes, well, I mean, it's capital expense under FERC 365 is what that'll be accounted to. Is that what you're asking?
I don't think so. Would there be another witness that might be able to speak more directly to this?
Mr. Brown could probably answer that easier than I.
Okay, all right, thank you. And as a post-hearing data request, staff is going to ask Delta to provide the adjustment necessary to remove the $1,750,000. I just said that number wrong, but anyway, the amount for the right-of-way acquisition that's included in the application. We're going to do a post-hearing data request and ask you to provide the adjustment necessary to remove that amount from the test year from 2022, including the calculation in an Excel spreadsheet. So there'll be a post-hearing data request coming to you for that adjustment. And I'm going to turn our attention to farm tap issues. Would you be an appropriate witness to answer those?
I think so.
Okay, let's get started on that then. Does Delta's operation and maintenance manual address farm tap customers in any way?
It does.
Okay, in what way?
Well, we have standard drawing sets of the engineering design. I worked on those back in probably 1990 in our O&M manual for, depending on the application that we're facing, what exact set to fabricate and install versus meters, regulators, indexes, all details of that.
Mr. Morphew, I know that we're up against it, what with that plexiglass around you and everything, but I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
So,
The feeling's mutual.
and it's not your fault, but if there's any way you can help me out and speak up,
I will.
maybe my ears are aging faster than the rest of me.
I'll move this microphone a little closer. Is that any better?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, you're welcome.
So, if I understand your answer correctly, back in 1999 or sometime, you personally,
It's actually 90. It goes further back than that, yes.
okay.
Yeah.
So you personally made some additions to Delta's operation and maintenance manual to address farm tap issues?
It was our engineering department as a whole, but I worked on that substantially, yes.
Okay. In a post-hearing data request, I'm going to ask that you provide the portions of your operations and maintenance manual that address farm tap customers. And if my next question is not a question that you are in the best position to answer, if you could just tell me what witness might be, I'd appreciate it. What financial benefit does Delta receive for providing farm tap service for customers that are located within a half air mile of another operator's natural gas gathering lines?
Financial benefit?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that would be better, more specifically answered by either Mr. Brown or Ms. Schroeder.
Mr. Brown or Ms. Schroeder?
Yes.
Thank you. And what, if any, maintenance such as leak surveys or odorizing tests does Delta perform on farm tap customer service lines?
Okay, I need to elaborate here a little. Am I at liberty to do that? Okay.
Yes, sir, please.
I need to cover something here to make sure we're all discussing the same thing here, because it gets really, it can get kind of foggy in some places. We have two basic types of service for our customers. We have our distribution type services, which is our normal routine subdivisions in the cities and so forth. And then we have our farm tap customers. In our farm tap customer group, we have that basically in three categories, okay? So the first category being the farm tap customers that come off of Delta's supply, Delta's pipelines, whether that be high-pressure distribution, gathering, or transmission. And the second class being what we have just received from Peoples Gas Kentucky, the 3,200 or so farm tap customers in eastern Kentucky that come off of a third-party production line. Diversified Oil and Gas, I believe, is who provides all of theirs. And then the third class being approximately 300 or a little less, maybe 290 farm taps that we have that come off a different third-party company, Vinland Energy. Okay? So the reason I bring this up is you asked me about the services that are provided for these.
Yes.
So and it's different. It's different for them and for each one, and that's the reason I wanted to bring that up. So I'll start with the first one with Delta's farm tap customers. They're getting the same.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just to be clear, we're talking about customers that are tapped into high-pressure distribution lines owned and operated by Delta?
High-pressure distribution, gathering, and transmission owned by Delta. That is
Okay.
correct. Yes, ma'am. So we're providing the same service to them as our distribution customers. I mean, the gas they're receiving through the pipelines is odorized and checked. We do leak surveys on the transmission, and high-pressure distribution are getting performed annually. Gathering is annually. Leak surveys, I believe you asked about the service lines as well.
Yes.
And the definition, our definition of farm tap is the line that leads from the outlet of the meter to the house or to the customer is actually a yard line, not a service line.
Okay.
Okay? And that is responsibility for installation, maintenance, et cetera, of the customer itself to handle that part of it. However, while we're there running our leak survey, we do, for the most part, do a leak survey on the yard line as well, just to ensure public safety. Safety is our number one thing, and while we're there, there's no reason not to.
Okay. Now, that's for, just again, for my clarification.
Yes.
That's for the farm tap customers that are tapped into lines owned and operated by Delta.
That is correct. And that also includes, one thing I failed to mention, any weed eating around our facilities to keep them visible, and painting to prevent atmospheric corrosion, those type of things are also performed on those farm taps.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you know the estimated cost of providing that service to that particular subset of farm tap customers?
I could not advise that, no, I do not.
Okay. Is there anybody else that might be in a better position to know that, or should I just ask that in a post-hearing data request?
Probably be best, because I don't know that's been analyzed to that degree.
Okay. Okay, so let's talk about the second group of farm tap customers, and let's start with the group of customers, I think it's Diversified? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so my understanding is that those are customers that are tapped into gathering lines owned by Diversified.
Correct.
All right. So what, if any, maintenance does Delta perform on those lines, whether they be the yard lines or any other type of lines?
Okay. Keep in mind, we just acquired these. Okay, so we've been in a little project as of late, going out and identifying every single one of them to see what they are equipped with, whether it be regulators, relief valves, what type of meters, what type of indexes. While there, we have used an RMLD, which is a remote methane leak detector. It's a laser. You can shoot across any gas facilities, the laser, and it will pick up any leaks. So while we're there, we're also doing leak survey. We're assessing for vegetation overgrowth, for paint needs, basically the same application that we would apply to the first group of farm taps. However, we are not performing leak survey on those diversified mains that feed into these farm taps. That's the difference. That's the primary difference. And what we hope to do, Ms. Frederick, is at the end of our assessment, be able to determine which farm taps, how many, et cetera, where they're located. We're taking GPS locations on them as well, since it's all brand new to us, to be able to go back out and identify the ones in greatest need of attention. If there's anything that's set inappropriate, we see anything that's of any concern from a safety perspective, and address those immediately.
So what types of things could you discover on one of those diversified farm tap lines that would cause you concern that Delta could address and would address?
Okay, so if you have a regulator with what is equipped with an internal relief to prevent overpressure from downstream piping, I'm not saying that we have seen this yet, but we have seen this with other companies. But if that regulator is installed incorrectly and the vent is turned upward where it could receive water, it can freeze. The regulator, it's problems. It's not going to relieve as it should. Those are the kinds of things we need to address immediately to make sure that regulator can relieve and properly protect. Same thing can go for a relief valve. Same thing can go for, when we verify the indexes based on the pressure of the regulator, they need to match. If we're running, I don't want to get too technical, but if we're running 4 ounces pressure out of the regulator, that needs to have a 4-ounce index on that meter. And if it's not, you're not metering correctly. Those are the kind of things we're checking. Delta has done an excellent job since the 34 years I've worked here, making sure that our meters all match, everything matches, so we're getting correct billing. But like I said, we're still in the acquisition and analyzation process of the Peoples Gas units.
Okay. So who owns the meters that are on those farm taps for the lines that are owned by Diversified?
That would be Delta at this point.
Okay. What about
As a result of this acquisition, yes.
Okay. What about the regulators?
Yes, those two as well.
Is Delta under any type of contractual agreement with Diversified to supply any other type of maintenance to any of those lines?
Not that I'm aware of. And by the way, you asked other things, we would also do the laser survey on these the second group that we're talking about. We're doing the leak survey on those as well from the meter to on the yard line. However, there are some, as I understand it, I haven't been there to witness it, but there are some yard lines that are going 1,000 feet maybe. So we are assessing what's at the farm tap. I can't certify that we are doing a leak survey on that entire 1,000 feet of the yard line, as it is the responsibility of the customer.
Okay. And again, if I needed that estimated cost of providing that to that subset of farm tap customers, I could ask that as a post-hearing data request?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay, so let's move towards the farm tap customers that I believe are on the, I always say this wrong, the Vinland line.
Right.
I always want to call it Vineyard.
That's correct.
But, so let's look at the Vinland line customers. What type of maintenance or any type of service does Delta provide for those farm tap customers?
It would be equivalent to the first group that I mentioned, short of doing a leak survey on the mains that supply the gas to them. We're keeping them painted, all equipment checked. I mean, we put those in, and we put them into our standards, so those are in tip-top shape.
But you do not do leakage surveys on the Vinland
That's correct.
farm taps?
That is correct.
But at this point, you are doing them on the Diversified, the leakage surveys?
Not on the mains that feed the farm tap, no.
Okay.
No, just on the equipment that's there above ground. And for example, if the home is within 100 feet, let's say, which is pretty normal.
Then you'll do the yard line?
Yes, we would shoot that also and let the customer know. And if we found, back to your other question about how would we address that, if we found a serious problem on that, we're going to turn that off. Even though that is the responsibility of the customer, we're not leaving that customer in danger of any kind of gas leak or potential problem there, which at that time it would be their responsibility to get that repaired by their plumber of choice before we would reactivate that. And we would do the same on the Vinland group.
Okay.
Yep.
So if you did discover a problem like that, you would turn off the gas and inform the customer. Would you have any responsibility, contractual or otherwise, to contact the owner of the gathering line, whether that be the Vinland folks or the Diversified folks?
I don't know if we have any contract obligation there, but we would.
You would contact
Yes.
them?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if and how, and that's a poorly worded question, does Delta respond to any farm tap customers that report freeze-offs or leaks?
Okay, we've had very few of those. Well, on the leaks, we're going to treat them the same as we would any customer. It doesn't matter day or night, at any time. If a customer calls us, a Delta customer calls us with a leak, we're going to respond immediately. Because we don't know the circumstances, we're not going to take a chance on anything. Because they're a farm tap, they don't get less service. They get equivalent. and we would be on the scene immediately to verify what the problem may or may not be.
Now, would that go for all 3 different groups
It
of
will be,
farm tap
yes.
customers?
It will be, if it's under my area of jurisdiction where it's our customers, it's a Delta customer, absolutely we will. If they call with an odorant complaint, a leak, we're gonna address that immediately. That's top priority. Back to the second part of your question on the freeze-offs.
Yes.
I understand that there's more of a problem in that arena with the 3,000 that we are acquiring in the Pikeville area that's off the diversified line. I have not experienced that yet, obviously, because it's not been cold enough to experience that. So we're not sure what we're going to run into there exactly. We have noticed that based on historical service calls, et cetera, from the personnel that we have in that area, that they do have a concern with that. We do have some in the southern part of our system on occasion, but we dispatch someone immediately. When the customer calls out of gas, we dispatch someone immediately to go out there and what we call a drip leg on that facility. We know some of our more problematic areas, and those drip legs are installed when we think that could even be remotely a concern, and we can take that liquid off and get the customer back in service.
Okay. And who would be responsible for responding to reports of leaks that are on the gathering line? So if you go out based on a customer report of smelling gas, and you discover that there is a leak, it's not in the yard line, it's not at the meter, but it's with the gathering line. Can you walk me through your procedure? I think we've touched on that before, but I just want to clarify and make sure that it would be the same for all 3 sets of
Sure.
farm tap customers.
Sure. Well, so you want me to go, what we would do on all 3?
Yes.
Okay, so on the first set, Delta, if we've got a leak one, we've got our leak survey process that we go through annually. And when we find a leak, it's graded. If it's graded as a class 1, it's repaired immediately. And if it's a class 2, we're pretty quick on those actually, but I think we're allowed subject to check 6 months on that, I believe, but we try to address those as soon as possible. If it's class 3, it has to be monitored annually, if my memory serves me correct on that regulation. And that's how we would handle ours. If we find a class 1 leak on the second class provided by Diversified,
Yes.
on our equipment, okay, same process applies. Same process exactly. And that would be the same for the third class on Van Line. However, if somehow we're called for a leak issue, or we're doing our survey and we see a class 1 leak on the supply line coming from Vinland or Diversified, okay, to say that I have a written procedure in hand, I can't confirm that at the moment, but what's done immediately is a call is made to either of those companies advising them of the situation, and that it is a hazardous situation, and we're going to take care of public safety, public life and property first and foremost.
But if the gathering line, if there actually needed to be some sort of repair to it, or if something needed to be turned off to it, Delta would not have the ability to do that, correct? Or would you?
I'm not going to say we don't have the ability, but we're going to call them, we're going to identify it for them, pinpoint where it is. If we're on the scene and have found the problem, try to assist them in that manner. But that is their responsibility to be there with equipment as necessary to make the repair.
Okay.
You know, I'm going to say this, if it's a hazardous situation and there's potential harm to life and property, and we've got equipment there with that other company, we're going to assist.
Now, who actually makes the tap for the farm tap customer?
Okay, for Delta, it would be Delta.
On that
First
group?
class,
Okay.
first group, yes. For Diversified, it is Diversified. They charge a fee for doing that, okay? And for Vinland, it's my understanding, and I don't know what the cutoff date was, but they no longer accept anymore. If we find people wanting gas to be Delta customers off Vinland's line, I'm advised that they will no longer allow that. They don't want it anymore.
Okay. What about if there's a
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, okay.
your last response,
Mm-hmm.
sort of, I'm trying to,
Okay.
So having read what a farm tap is and the law around a farm tap, walk me through what you just said, and that Vinland just says no when people meet the definition of a farm tap, right, within a certain distance, and they just refuse to let people tap into it. And in addition to that, in your response, I hope if new people tap into that line as a farm tap customer, are they Vinland's farm tap customers, or do you all treat them as your own customers?
Okay. So we're talking Vinland only here, correct?
That was your, I took that
Yeah,
as your
was-
response.
That's right,
Okay.
that's right. Okay, I was advised as of late, I do not have a document to support what I'm saying, okay? But I was advised as of late that if a customer was in a rural area where a Vinland line comes through and they wanted gas, that they did not want, subject to check on all this, okay? But they did not want to make an additional tap for someone to become Delta's customer. Delta's customer.
Let me ask this, and maybe Ms. Wimberly will object, because maybe she'll see it as a legal determination, and I don't mean it to be. I want to understand the process. If somebody demands of Vinland to tap into their line to take whatever gas just so happens to be flowing through that line to be a farm tap customer under Chapter 278, how does that, a new customer, how does that have anything, how does that become, for lack of a better term, Delta's problem?
It's not.
How does it become Delta's customer?
Well, that's a good question, because I don't know how we exactly have derived the ones that we have, okay? We've had them a long time. And this, by the way, this started before Vinland owned it. There's been 3 or 4 companies ahead of them, okay, is where this started. But
Is Vinland the old Wiser line?
that is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. And Chesapeake and CNR and others. But if a customer, and to answer your question, I can't speak to the fact if any of us wanted to tap on the Vinland line, what that process is, what Vinland tells them, I have no idea. I have no idea. But I do know we have customers that are Delta's customers off of their lines, that 290 that I mentioned earlier. And the advisement that I have received has been from my own personnel, okay, not from anybody at Vinland, that they have discouraged any more situations of that nature. Now, is that,
I appreciate it.
yeah.
Ms. Frederick, you may continue.
In reviewing Delta's response to staff's 5th request for information, which had a lot of questions on it about farm taps,
Yes.
I was just surveying, going through, and there are some, not a lot, but a few Vinland farm tap customers that are really pretty close to a Delta facility. Like, I think one of them was within 45 feet. So can you tell me how a situation like that would arise where the customer would be taking service as a Vinland farm tap customer instead of Delta extending a 45 feet to service the customer?
Ms. Frederick, I'm going to tell you that today that would not happen, moving forward. Not knowing exactly which one you refer to, and could do some research on how it may have happened, but it could be that was on a Wiser line at one time. We have laid a line in close proximity, and time has passed, and it's just never been recognized. I
So
don't
you're saying
know.
the farm tap might have been in existence before Delta ran a facility in the area?
That's possible, and I don't know what Wiser's arrangement was.
Okay.
Maybe they encouraged this sort of thing and wanted to keep those customers and not let them switch over to another line. But now that has happened, and here we are. So I couldn't. It wouldn't be fair for me to answer how that exists. It puzzles me too. If in fact they're not interested in a distribution type customer service, we would love to have it. We want to increase our customer base all we can.
Okay. Now, you may or may not be the appropriate witness for these next few questions. You just
Okay.
tell me, okay? Other than the separate application for farm tap service that's been developed that does explain to the potential customer the limits of the service that will be provided to them. What, if any, actions does Delta take periodically to remind, if you will, or make the customers aware of the conditions under which they take service?
To my knowledge, there are none.
Okay.
And I don't have anyone else to reference that to, actually, to defer that to.
Okay. And would you be the appropriate witness to discuss farm tap revenue, or would someone else be?
I would not. That would be probably Ms. Schroeder.
Okay, all right.
Or Mr. Seeley. Maybe I should defer that to Mr. Seeley.
One of the two of them?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for Mr. Morphew.
Vice Chair Covich, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Butler, any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Morphew, when did you start with Delta?
1987.
1987, all right. So, this is my characterization. The farm tap situation is sort of a mess, and not a mess in terms of, I'm not making a characterization of safe or anything, but it's as a person who has only exclusively done anything related to the Public Service Commission utility regulation, I still can't fully understand the implications and how these are set up and how they apply under the law. It's confusing, right? So you all have 4 different classes of customers for just ordinary residential customers, right? You have effectively 3 different classes related to the 3 different types of farm taps. Is that right?
3 different for the farm taps, that's correct.
And then just your ordinary LDC customers.
That's correct.
Right?
And that would include, now, I assume you're including in that commercial, industrial.
That's right. I just,
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fine, yes.
Are you aware of whether or not you all procure gas for any of your farm tap customers?
No, I'm not aware of the procurement on that. Possibly Mr. Brown could answer that better.
Is it your understanding that all of the lines that those are connected to are, all the lines that these farm tap customers are connected to are moving gas that's being produced, or are some of them moving gas that's just transporting, from place to place?
It is my understanding that with the second and third class that I mentioned, the Pikeville area and the Vinland, it's production.
Okay.
On ours, on Deltas, there are some that are production, but there's a lot that are moving gas from place to place.
Okay. Are you aware of any farm tap customers that are greater than a half a mile from the line that they're tapped into?
Of all 3 classes?
Just all the ones that Delta has, are you aware of any of the ones that are classified as farm tap, whether they exceed the distance from either the setting or the home
Right.
to half mile distance to the line that they're
So we're
attached to?
talking 2,500 feet. No, I am not. I'm not going to say there's not, but I am not aware of it.
You're not aware of one that's like blatantly a mile and a half away kind of
I'm
thing?
not.
Okay. So from your current position, I would ask, so you take a pipeline, or you take a farm tap customer, like Ms. Frederick was asking you about earlier, that may be within 50 feet of the current distribution system, the LDC distribution system. What sort of, what would have to be done to connect, just hypothetically, so let's say that the line that farm tap customer is connected to, the production, let's say it's on the Pikeville system, right? Production ends, there's no gas flowing through it, and that just so happens to be one of the homes that's 45 feet from the LDC system. What undertaking would have to be made by Delta in order to connect that customer to the LDC distribution system?
Okay. I need to clarify one thing. First of all, that cannot exist in that Pikeville system because we have no distribution piping there whatsoever.
That's
It's
fine.
100% farm taps off of Diversified, okay?
Okay.
However, that situation can exist and does exist in our Delta system where we interact or commingle, if you would, with Vinland, for example, okay? And to answer your question, 50 feet away, it would be a simple matter in most cases, of making a tap, extending 50 feet of service, maybe not even having to replace the regulators, and tie into to the inlet leg on the meter, and it's taken care of. And disconnect Vinland's connection from it, yes.
Okay. Earlier you used the term yard line
Yes,
as opposed to service line.
that's correct.
But you're still referring to the same piping from the meter to the home, is that right?
From the main, from the carrying line, the providing line to the meter is service. On the downstream side of the meter to the home is yard line.
Okay. On the LDC side, does Delta own all of its service lines?
It does.
Okay. And has that always been the case?
No, it has not.
Okay.
And I don't remember what year, but there was some years back that change was made where they were company-owned services.
Okay. And that's not uncommon. I think Columbia's took theirs over in like 1984 or something like that.
Ours was after that. It's been in my
Okay.
tenure here after 87, but I don't know what year it was.
So for LDC customers, Delta owns or at least has the obligation to survey and to identify for 811 purposes and to replace if there's an issue, all the service lines for all of its LDC customers. Is that right?
Correct.
If there's a distance between the meter and a home, let's say, right? If it's not set right at the home for an LDC customer.
Right.
What is that distance of piping called? How does Delta refer to that for an LDC customer between the meter and the facility that it serves?
That is yard line.
That's a yard line as well.
Also, yes, sir.
And so is that owned by the customer or by Delta?
Customer.
Okay, so at least insofar as there's a distance of piping between the meter and a home being served, is there a distinction between, in Delta's eyes, between its LDC customers and its farm tap customers with service lines, or with the yard lines?
No.
Okay,
No, if we're doing, for example, leak survey there, and it's in close proximity, 1,500 feet, whatever, we're leak surveying all the way to the house on both customers.
but the distinction I just want to make sure of is the service line, is that what you're saying is when Delta took over control of the service lines, let's say in the last 35 years, when they did that, the distinction you were making earlier in Ms. Frederick's questions is that Delta did not take over ownership of the service lines for farm tap customers like it did LDC customers, is that right?
No, I don't want that to be misunderstood. Because when you're looking at a farm tap, you're talking just a few feet of pipe from the tap to the regulator and meter. There is no service line, basically. Okay, it's sitting right on the main, or as close to the main as practical. Because we file that application with the commission, and they come out and they witness the whole thing when we're doing that. So it's right at the main, so there's not a service there. But if I'm understanding what you're saying, Mr. Chandler, correctly, yes, we're gonna own from that, well, on our farm taps, we would call this, on Delta's farm taps, we would call a service from the tap to the regulator.
Mhm.
I think by code, subject to check, but I think by code, if it's coming off of Vinland or a diversified line, I think ours starts at the first valve above ground. Okay, because they put that on themselves. Diversified and Vinland, when they put those on, they bring their welders out, they install that up to the first valve above ground. And at that point, it's Delta's property until it hits the outlet of that meter. And we're just talking about equipment here, okay? Not lines really, just equipment. And then the yard line becomes the customer's. If that makes any sense.
So when the new farm tap customer is connected, the only capital outlay from the farm tap customer is for the yard line? Let's just say.
No, that's correct. That is
Okay.
correct. But I've got to get this on the table, but for Delta's customers, that is correct. That's all the capital they've got.
Okay.
However, what I'm learning in the process of this acquisition in Eastern Kentucky in the second group, okay?
The People's,
Yes, People's Kentucky, yes. People's charges X dollars to come out and make that tap up to the valve. Then People's way of taking care of that was charging the customer X dollars for that equipment to set it. I call it a kit, farm tap kit. okay? And then, and again, downstream of that meter, then it's totally on, the burden is on the customer for their yard line.
So did Peoples Kentucky consider that meter regulator, that kit, as contributions in aid of construction?
Restate that, please. I'm not sure I'm following your question.
Yeah, so did they classify that for accounting purposes as contributions in aid of construction?
I don't know the answer to that. I know that they paid X dollars for that tap to be welded on, and they charged the customer X dollars for the equipment.
But the question now is, under your perspective, and if you want to defer to somebody else, that's fine. Does Delta now perceive that it owns the regulator and the meter?
I feel that way. Might want to defer that to Mr. Brown again, but we have not applied that charge on Delta farm taps when we install them. I would like to move forward with the Delta process, even if it's new customers in the Peoples Kentucky system.
That Delta owns the regulator and the meter?
To make everything symmetrical, everything consistent, I would like to adopt Delta system method of doing that in the Peoples Kentucky customers. I realize there are those that are there, the 30-some odd hundred that have paid X dollars for that equipment. But we're not charging that to our customers on Delta system.
That helps. I appreciate it, Mr. Morphew.
You're welcome.
Ms. Wimberly, do you have any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Morphew, I was hoping to clear up a little bit about this 1.75
Okay.
million for the Nicholasville line.
Okay.
And we'll keep this all high level so we can keep it in public session. But I
Sure.
wanted to bring up, Ms. Lloyd, the public version of Mr. Morphew's rebuttal testimony, and specifically the question at the bottom of page 6. Mr. Morphew, are you familiar with this portion of your rebuttal testimony?
I am.
Great.
Yes.
And in this question, I believe that you state that Delta budgeted the 1.75 million for the right-of-way acquisition, as we stated in the case. And you explain that the right-of-way acquisition is made up of 2 components. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those components include the contractor costs and the payments that you're actually making to the landowners, correct?
That is correct. Correct.
And Delta still plans to spend that 1.75 million that it budgeted for that on those same 2 components for right-of-way acquisition, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Loy, if you could move down a little bit further to the next page here. Does the bid that Delta received from the winning bidder Insight support the 1.75 million that Delta budgeted for right-of-way acquisition?
Yes.
And in addition to that 1.75 million, will Delta now be spending an additional amount on engineering the line in 2022?
That is correct. That's what I was trying to explain a while ago and probably didn't do that clear of a job on it, but yes, that's correct.
And I believe you said in your prior testimony that the reason why you didn't budget for these external costs for engineering the line in 2022 was because Delta planned to engineer the line in-house, correct?
That is correct.
So the additional amount that you reference here in your rebuttal testimony for engineering the line, will Delta be incurring that because the commission has asked Delta to provide engineering plans and drawings before requesting a CPCN?
Correct.
I don't have any further questions.
So I have a couple, Ms. Lloyd, do you mind to leave this up? Thanks. I do have a couple questions about this. So can we scroll up just for a second? Onto the previous page.
It's as confusing as farm taps, isn't it?
No, nothing is. Frankly, literally nothing I've ever done in utility, the utility sphere is as confusing as farm taps. So first off, you would agree that the requirement to have the engineering plans is in regulation, right? It's not just new from the commission's order, that there's a requirement in regulations that there be certain specifications provided in an application for a CPC. And are you aware of those?
I am not familiar with those.
Okay. So of the, and I think it's approximately what, $1.75 million that's in the forecasted period. Do you know how much of that is capital and how much of that is expenses?
I understand it was all capital.
Okay, but the $1.8 million, how much of that is capital? How much of that is expenses?
Capital.
Okay, so I just want to make sure for your entire amount, we won't say the amount, but the entire amount for this contractor is anticipated to be capitalized labor, even though it's consulting expenses?
The amount that, yes, we're looking at capital,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Let me say this. We're waiting, when you get into the financial side of this and the allocation of that, Mr. Brown would be better suited. I'll defer that to him in case I have misspoken there. But that is my understanding that what we've received here on this bid for this engineering function was to be capital.
And just to be clear, is it your understanding that had you done internally what you had initially anticipated to do, it would not be capital, or it would be capital if it was done internally?
It would be.
You would have capitalized the internal labor for this project when it was placed into service? Or it would be capitalized in construction work in progress? Should I ask these questions, Mr. Brown? You're giving me a look like I should ask
No,
this.
it's okay, it's okay. I enjoyed the challenge, actually, but, yeah, I'll defer to John. Just,
Okay.
we'll defer to Mr. Brown, I'm sorry.
And then in terms of right-of-way acquisition, do you have any experience with the using accounting for, instead of right-of-way acquisition, well, let me withdraw that. For right-of-way acquisition, accounting for it as plant held for future use, are you aware of those accounting rules that would apply?
I am not.
Okay.
I am not.
All right. Ms. Wimberly, do you have any additional?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Frederick?
Chairman, I have one follow-up question, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
And I'm going to try to do this without getting into details that require us to go back in a confidential session, but I just understood you to say that the Insight bid does not include the design services, so you would need to add money in for that? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you, Ms. Cubbage. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah. The contractor bid that we've been talking
Yes,
about as part of the
yes.
CPCN, is it my understanding from the discussion you just had that it does not include services for the design of the pipeline, so that would need to be added on as an additional expense?
No, ma'am, it does include the design for the pipeline.
Okay.
It does.
What was the expense that we were just talking about that needed to be added into the 1.7?
I think maybe some of the confusion here may be there's some overlap. The 1.75 originated from our estimate for the right-of-way on this project prior to having any engineering influence. Okay? And then we get the bid for X dollars, and included in that, some of that they have got included in there is part of that 1.75. That's the overlap I'm talking about.
Okay.
So they had X dollars for engineering, they had X dollars for the labor involved with the right-of-way acquisition, but not actually paying for the real estate to actually get it completed. And there's some of the overlap in there, and that's what makes it a little difficult to understand.
Okay, that's actually very helpful, thank you.
Ms. Wimberly?
If you would give me just a moment, trying to think how we can just
I
clear
know
this
it's
up.
complicated.
Mr. Morphew, would it be fair to describe that the 1.75 million that Delta proposed to spend on right-of-way acquisition, the bid is made up of sort of two components. There is a right-of-way acquisition component for X dollars, and then there is also engineering component for Y dollars. Is that correct?
That's right.
And there is also a component that Delta will have to spend on acquiring land rights, correct?
That's correct.
And so that is not included in the bid component,
That's correct.
correct?
That's exactly right.
But if you add the land component costs plus the costs of Insight acquiring right-of-way, that is about 1.7 million, correct?
That is correct. Plus or minus a little bit, yes, approximately, yes.
Right. And is Delta, the additional portion that you mentioned before, that is included in the bid, that is the engineering design component that is in addition to what you initially budgeted?
That would be correct.
Correct.
Just to be clear, Mr. Morphew, what was originally a $1.75 million expense, apples to apples, is now a $1.8 million anticipated expense.
You're calling it expense.
Expense in the general sense, excuse me,
Okay.
not something that
I'm
just.
not an accountant, but
not
I
an
didn't
ex-
want to call that an
Yeah,
expense.
Not an expense in,
Okay.
in the type of cost that has to be incurred within an individual year, not able to be capitalized.
Correct.
Okay. So as a post-hearing data request, I would ask staff, in addition to the question they're gonna ask, around the removal, what the accounting treatment would have been, or what the entries would be, I would ask that, let's say it this way, that the company clearly delineate the amount of that 1.8 or $1.75 million between the amount anticipated in the forecasted test period for the actual purchase, lease, whatever the legal instrument is, the acquisition of rights-of-way, actual trading portions of a bundle of sticks so that you can run a pipe over something, right? Versus all the other costs included in that 1.75 or $1.8 million.
We're happy to provide that, Your Honor.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Frederick, for you having to now draft the question based off what my comments are, but I hope it's clear. The actual acquisition costs. And I guess the delineation there would be, I think, a portion of that cost is, although they're all capitalized, a portion of it may or may not be depreciable, and some of the rest of it may be. That may be the distinction, but I'll ask Ms. Schroeder or Mr. Brown later to help me with that distinction between those types of costs. Ms. Frederick, is there any reason that Mr. Morphew can't be excused for the remainder of the hearing?
No, Your Honor, I believe he can be excused.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Morphew. Ms. Wimberly, given the time, it's 12:18, I'm gonna be, it's getting to be the holiday, so I'll play Santa Claus for a minute. We're gonna take a break until 1:30, take a short recess, until 1:30, and then you may call your next witness at 1:30. The one thing that I would ask, and I'll speak with Ms. Frederick, but Mr. West, just to confirm, do you anticipate having cross-examination for any of Delta's remaining witnesses?
No.
Okay, and Ms. Wimberly or Ms. Braun, do you anticipate having cross-examination for Mr. Ostrander and Mr. Bodino?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we will take a 1 hour and 11 minute recess. 0185, electronic application of Delta Natural Gas Company Incorporated for an adjustment of its rates and a certificate of public convenience and necessity. We have now taken a lunch break. Ms. Wimberly, do you have the remaining witness, or the next witness, I guess I should say?
Yes, Your Honor. Delta calls Andrea Schroeder.
Okay. Please come to the stand, Ms. Schroeder. As Ms. Schroeder is approaching, we've discussed internally, we do have questions for the remainder of the commission, and commission staff have questions for the remainder of Delta's witnesses, including Ms. Schroeder, and questions for the Attorney General's witness, Mr. Bodino, but we've determined we have no questions for Mr. Ostrander, and unless anyone has an objection, Mr. Ostrander can be excused for the remainder of the hearing. Is there any objection to do so?
No objection.
I'll let him know.
All right, thank you, Mr. West. Ms. Schroeder, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Andrea Schroeder. My address, the business address is 3617 Lexington Road, Winchester, Kentucky, 40391.
Ms. Wimberly, you may ask.
Ms. Schroeder, what is your position at Delta?
I'm the controller.
Did you cause to be prepared in this proceeding written direct and rebuttal testimony?
I did,
And did you also sponsor certain responses to data requests?
yes.
Do you have any corrections or updates to those?
I do not.
Would you identify any documents that you have with you at the witness stand?
I've got a binder that has my testimony and rebuttal testimony, certain data responses, and a blank notebook.
The witness is available for cross.
Mr. West, any questions?
No.
Ms. Frederick, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Schroeder, I want to refer to Delta's response to staff's third request for information, items 30 through 32. If you need to refer to those, that's fine. But can you explain to us if Delta, how Delta will report farm tap revenue separately once those farm tap customers are served under a separate tariff?
So by reporting those separately as a separate rate class, under a separate tariff, we would be able to track those revenues by that rate class. So that would be how they would be, and so in terms of whatever were these appropriate reporting, they would be included accordingly, and we could show them separately as needed.
Okay. Okay. I believe someone referred a question to you earlier, and I'm gonna circle back around, and ask you about, Delta's farm tap customers. And as we have discussed previously, there are essentially 3 different stacks of farm tap customers. For the farm tap customers that are not on Delta's own transmission or high-pressure distribution lines, does Delta have any contracts with any of the owners of those gathering lines to service those customers?
I do not have direct knowledge of that.
Okay. Do you know if Delta purchases gas to service those customers?
When you say purchases gas, could you be more specific?
Does Delta pay anyone for the gas that the customers ultimately use?
Might be better to get into that with Mr. Brown,
Okay.
just to make sure that some of the specifics, given the nature of those relationships with those pipelines.
Thank you very much for letting me know that.
Sure.
And I have just a few questions about Delta's requirement that applicants provide a photo ID and their social security or driver's license number. So we're going to move to that for just a few questions. Does Delta use the social security number or the driver's license number to run any kind of a credit check on potential customers?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would there be another witness that might be more prepared to answer that?
Probably if we wanted to confirm, it would be best to confirm in a post-hearing data response, just to be certain, but to the best of my knowledge, no, it's not used that way.
Okay. Are you aware of any instances where service has been refused due to an applicant's refusal or inability to provide a photo ID or social security or driver's license number?
To the best of my knowledge and inquiring of others internally, that circumstance has never happened.
And in regards to the social security number, the last 4 digits of the social security number or a driver's license number, what information would Delta accept in lieu of that information?
Delta does offer those different options, of the full social security number, the driver's license number, or at a minimum, the last 4 digits, just as a way to make sure that you're not misidentifying a customer as someone else. Names and addresses, that you could have some, very close similarities, but having at least some alternate form of ID just to verify that, a customer is who they say they are, that, and it's not, part of it is to ensure if there's an outstanding balance, that it is associated with the appropriate person, but it's also the reverse of that, so that it's not associated with the wrong person as well. So, it's a protection measure both ways. I'm not sure about an alternate. We've not had an issue come up with the need for some other alternate ID beyond the social security number, the driver's license number, or at a minimum, the last 4 digits of the social.
Okay, so you're not aware of any circumstance?
I am not.
Okay. And what other specific types of identification would Delta accept in lieu of a photo ID?
Again, we've not had a situation come up where that's been an issue, so I can't speak to what else would be, that's not an issue that's come up in our experience as of yet.
Okay. If Delta were to refuse service to an applicant because the applicant failed to provide a photo ID or any of the other required information, can you explain what information would be given to that applicant for service in regards to the applicant's right to file a complaint with the commission?
Again, since it's not a situation that's occurred, I can't really speak to that set of circumstances because we've not encountered an issue with customers providing that information.
Okay. Can you give us some examples of times when Delta does have to provide or does provide applicants for service with information on how to file a complaint with the commission?
I don't have experience in that area either.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions for this witness.
Vice Chair Cummings? Any
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Butler?
No questions.
Is it your understanding that providing a driver's license is required as a term of service under Delta's tariffs? In order to sign up as a new customer, you have to provide a driver's license?
I would have to subject to check in the tariffs. I know it's our policy, but I can't confirm. I'd have to check if it's actually noted in the tariff itself.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. Is it Delta's perspective, from your knowledge, is it Delta's perspective that it is required as a term of service in order to receive gas service that you have to provide a driver's license?
You have to provide a photo ID.
Okay, so photo ID. Is it a term of service that the company can deny, is it a term of service that the company can deny utility service if the person fails to provide it?
And again, that's not a circumstance that's come up, so I can't really speak to that. In all instances, in all cases, Delta strives to work closely with its customers. So if there were a situation to come up that hadn't happened before, Delta makes every effort to try to work with its customers so that we can provide them service in a safe and efficient manner. So, to the questions that Ms. Frederick asked and that you're asking, I don't have a specific circumstance to reference, but I can say with certainty that Delta would make every effort to work with the customers to reach a solution that was acceptable for the customer and the company.
So there are certain terms of service that all utilities can deny utility service for if a customer fails to do something, right? There are certain things that are in tariffs that aren't necessarily, if the customer doesn't comply, it's not a denial of service type response. What I'm asking is, do you know whether the inability to provide a photo ID is the type of term that Delta believes in its own rules and regulations serves as a basis for denial of utility service?
What I believe is that if there were a situation where a customer was very firm in not wanting to provide a photo ID, that given that set of circumstances, Delta would make every effort to come up with some accommodation. I can't say what that accommodation would be here because I don't know that set of circumstances because it hasn't happened in our experience.
Okay, so like, you have to provide a phone number. So I'm looking at a data request here. I don't know who the affiant is. You are. Fourth round, item 2 refers to tab 4 of the application, page 23 of 50. And it states that a phone number is required. So my question is, from that term required, is it required in the sense that service will be denied if a phone number is not provided?
It's my understanding that yes, that is required information in order to provide service.
Okay, and what I'm trying to, I mean, you know, you're well aware, tariffs serve as the basis for setting forth the rules.
Sure.
In which sets forth the obligations of the customer and sets forth the obligations of the utility, right? The rights and obligations of both. What I want to make sure of is when I'm looking at your response here, there's a column of whether something is required or optional. So a name, a service address, a mailing address, a phone number, and a show photo ID are all required. Then there are certain things that are optional, such as a spouse, co-applicant, employer's name, address, phone number, and then there's some nuance around social security number or driver's license number. So what I'm asking is, in the column of required, are customers on notice about the rules and regulations that apply to what is the company's rights if the customer does not provide one of these things that is identified as required here?
You say the customer's on notice, what do you mean?
The tariff provides the rules and regulations that the company must abide by in order to deny service, right? It sets forth terms of service.
Okay.
And so what I'm trying to figure out is if a customer knows up front that you're aware of whether showing a photo ID is a required term of service in order to be provided utility service.
At the point when the customer contacts Delta and requests new service, the customer-facing reps would explain to the customer what information is required, what would be needed, and when it would be needed. And they would be told that a photo ID would be needed when the field service person arrived to connect the service. That's the point in which the photo ID is just confirmed at that point. And so the customer would be put on notice and told up front the information that's needed. So yes, they would be told that up front.
And you needed, required, what I'm trying to ask for is, do you think that there's sufficient information either in the company's published tariffs or on the company's website or its application for service? Let me withdraw that. If I signed up for a utility service and somebody told me that in order to get service, these things are required, as an ordinary customer, I would be under the impression that if I do not provide those items, I will not get service. That's sort of the impression that required gives, right? And what I'm trying to ask, and what we're trying to figure out, is under required, is it actually required or is it preferred? Because if it's required, then I'm wondering where the company is finding a workaround from something that is required pursuant to its rules and regulations enforced by this commission. Does that make sense?
It does. So we would consider it required. But because of yes, it is, I would say yes, it's required. However, I would also say that rather than just full stop tell a customer, you know, if a customer, again, it depends on the circumstances and what the objection was, to take that under advisement. Our policies are in place today based on our experience and the information that we have today, and the situation that you're describing is not a situation that Delta's experienced. Therefore, there's not been thinking through contingencies and different situations, but yes, the items that are required, I would say are requirements.
Okay, but you say it's not a situation that Delta has encountered.
Yes.
That Delta has denied service
We
for
have not.
lack of a photo ID, or that somebody hasn't been able to provide a photo ID.
Neither situation has happened.
So nobody's ever asked for service and been told you have to have an ID, and the person responded and said, I don't have a photo ID.
That is correct. That has not happened.
Okay, so not even a situation where, oh, I don't have a photo ID, I'll have somebody else in the house apply for service because they have a photo ID. You're not
Not
aware
to
of
my
any instance
knowledge.
like that?
Not to my knowledge.
I asked a question earlier, and I don't know if you're the right person. I was going to ask everybody so we don't take the risks. Did you hear the question I asked earlier to Mr. Morphew about the difference in the way some of these rights-of-way costs will be accounted for, even if they're all capitalized?
I did.
So, so let's say the cost for a right-of-way, right? So that you enter into an agreement, document here, and, Delta paid $5,000 for this right-of-way, right, upfront. Is that $5,000 capitalized?
Yes.
And when is it capitalized?
It would be, well, at the time, in this type of project that we're talking about with the Nicholasville project, that includes, acquisition of right-of-way, at the time that you acquire the property, it would be recorded in your CWIP account, your, construction work in progress.
Right.
And as part of the overall capital project, when the project was completed, then as a project total would move into a plant service account.
Utility plant service. So, take that
Okay.
in one bucket, and the other would be, let's just say $5,000 in consulting expenses that are ultimately capitalized as well. It also goes into QUIP, right? And then gets included as a total plant. When the gas starts flowing, it's placed into service in UPIS, right?
Correct.
Are those depreciated differently?
Is what depreciated?
Those two $5,000 amounts?
Well, the right-of-way is land, and land is not depreciated.
Right, so the land doesn't depreciate, and the capitalized amounts that are related to things like capitalized labor or equipment, or non-land property, all are depreciated in that capitalized amount, right?
I would agree with it.
So what I'm really getting to here is in this data request that I did a very artful job of explaining. If I wanted to know the differentiation of that $1.8 million between the actual acquisition of property, real property, right, versus the other costs that are capitalized as part of this project, the differentiation between those two would be the fact that the first category, the actual right-of-way payment, right, payment for the right-of-way, would be those amounts that, although capitalized, are not depreciated because they're land.
I'm like, I got lost in I'm like, is there a question there or a statement? I'm not sure what the question is, I'm sorry.
The difference between, let's say, it's easy, it's $1.8 million. So
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of dollars that it takes to acquire the right-of-way
Sure,
versus the amount of money actually paid to landowners for the
Okay.
rights-of-way, right? The difference, even though both of those amounts are capitalized, the differences between the two is that the latter category is not depreciated, correct?
land is not depreciated, yes, yes.
So if that helps. The other question I want to ask, and I don't know who else to ask other than yourself. Robert Half. What is Robert Half?
So Robert Half is an organization that it's a, like a service, they provide service professionals, like a staffing type agency. And in our company's case, they have provided, we have contracted for an accounting professional who has assisted in our rate case.
A single professional?
One person, yes, one person that was designated to work on, to assist with Delta's rate case, yes.
Okay. And what services specifically are they providing in this case?
And this person assists with pulling data for data responses. That's been a lot of what this person has done in looking at schedules that are needed for the case. I mean, we're a small, well, you know, we're a small crew at Delta, and this our first rate case being filed since 2010. You know, I came on board in May, so in order to get the case filed, it's another it's a professional relationship that we've brought in just to assist with, as I say, with building schedules, with pulling data out of the system. That's the general nature of what she's providing.
Have you worked on other rate cases and for other utilities before?
I have.
How would the overall cost to date of Delta's rate case compare to other rate cases that you've participated in?
Without actually looking at detailed records, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Does $800,000 surprise you to be the amount that it takes Delta to, the rate case expense for Delta?
No.
And the single person from Robert Half is about 12 or 13% of that $800,000+ today. I think it's in excess of $100,000. Is that person dedicated their full-time job working on this rate case?
During the course of the engagement, yes, she has been available to Delta for whatever we've needed, as we've needed it. Yes, she's a full-time dedicated resource to Delta.
And was she, I'll take the pronoun you use.
Yes.
So is she, was she engaged prior to you coming to Delta in May?
She was.
Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Schroeder. Do you have any redirect, Ms. Wilberly?
Just one, Your Honor. The employee of Robert Half, who you have the professional relationship with, what is her professional occupation?
She actually serves as a professional consultant in a professional accounting consultant for Robert Half. They, as they have companies like ours that have need for accounting resources on a project basis, she serves in that role for Robert Half.
No further questions.
Is there a reason Ms. Schroeder can't be excused?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilberly, do you have the next witness, or I see Ms. Braun getting up?
We will be changing guards here.
Well, take your time
Thank
then.
you.
Mr. Chairman, can I, you stated that one of our witnesses could be excused and the other needed to be available. There's been some disagreement between my witnesses about which one it is.
Yeah, so
I bet they all want to be.
as the was gonna say, I don't know whether they want to be here, or are they fighting to be here, or are they fighting to go home? So it's
I
my,
think I made the mistake.
it's my understanding, Mr. West, that, and Ms. Frederick can correct me, but that commission staff council does have questions for Mr. Bondino, but not Mr. Ostrander. Is that right, Ms. Frederick?
That is correct.
All right, that is my fault then. Okay.
I was surprised that maybe Mr. Ostrander just didn't have anything else to do today, just thought he wanted to hang out with us.
I think he's happy to be here.
But it was Mr. Bondino that we do have questions for, Mr. Ostrander that we do not. Ms. Brown, would you have to call your next witness?
Sure, our next witness is William Packer Jr.
Mr. Packer, please take the stand, remove your mask, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat, state your name and address for the record.
It's William Charles Packer, 762 West Lancaster Avenue, Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, 19010.
Ms. Braun, you may ask.
Mr. Packer, who is your employer
Essential Utilities, Inc.
and what is your title?
Vice President, Regulatory Accounting, and Regional Controller.
And did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
Did you file rebuttal testimony as well?
I did.
And have you also been the witness for data responses in this case?
I have.
Do you have corrections to any of those documents that you have authored or sponsored?
Not at this time.
And did you bring anything to the stand with you today?
Just my mask.
Okay. This witness is available for cross.
Mr. West, any questions?
No questions.
Ms. Frederick?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Packer.
Good afternoon.
In Delta's response to the Attorney General's first data request, item 88D, it was explained that the balance of excess deferred taxes included non-rate-based excess deferred taxes. And can you confirm that Delta's base period update and rebuttal testimony did not include that adjustment?
I can't confirm that, the non-rate base related.
Okay.
I know we have the excess deferred, but I mean, subject to check, we can confirm that.
Okay. We will include that as a post-hearing data request.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Brown did provide the tax adjustments, so perhaps when he's recalled, that may
Okay.
be something
Yeah.
he could answer.
We can try that as well. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. And I'm going to have to explain this question, then I'm really going to get around to asking it. But in your rebuttal testimony, you stated that the adjustment to Delta's capital structure, lowering the balance of common equity from 51.76% to 50%, which was made by the Attorney General's witness, Baudino, was unreasonable because the current equity balance supports the commitments that Delta made in case 201800369 and is consistent with other natural gas utilities in Kentucky. Is that a correct reflection of your rebuttal testimony?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And the stipulation includes a balance of common equity of 51.72%. Is that correct?
That's what I recall, yes.
And can you explain why Delta agreed to lower the equity balance from 51.76% to 51.72%?
Yeah, it's really a matter of the short-term debt component of it. Our capital structure, as filed, did not have any component for short-term debt, and felt that, disagreed that including a small balance, which I think it was a 1% and change of short-term debt to the capital structure, along with an adjustment to the long-term debt, ultimately it was just a minor lowering of the cost of equity component of it. So a slight reorganization of the capital structure.
And if I were to ask you why Delta agreed to increase the short-term debt balance from 0 to 1.76%, would your answer be the same?
Yeah, I think, fundamentally, we filed the case without it. Our financing structure assumed all 100% permanent capital. I don't think everybody felt the same way, so just a matter of agreeing to a number that we could both live with.
And why did Delta choose to reduce the long-term debt balance by almost the entire 1.76%? So why did you pull that 1.76% almost entirely from long-term debt?
Well, we have a financing application, and we expect to do financing, long-term financing at the end of the month. So, obviously those financings, when you actually get the money and you start looking at the working capital of the company, it typically moves between long-term debt and short-term debt in my experience.
Okay. And do you believe that the proposed adjustments are supportive of Delta's forecasted financials?
I do.
As a post-hearing data request, we're going to ask that Delta provide the complete capital structure, including the balances of each component, percent of total of each balance, cost rates, and the 13-month average cost rates.
Sure.
And, that's the end of my questions for this witness.
Vice Chair Covage, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Butler?
No, sir.
I have a couple of questions, but you may push this off to Mr. Brown.
He won't thank you later. You've heard the discussions today about farm tap customers, right?
I have, I must say, confused,
Yeah.
but I might be getting it.
Join the club on the confused. The Delta has acquired those customers over the past, we'll call it almost 40 years, right? Since 1980 is the original order I'm aware of. They have those 3 systems and then LDC customers. How does the company treat ADIT related to assets that serve farm tap customers as opposed to assets that serve LDC customers?
Well, I'll go with this. If there's investment on the company side for a farm tap, which I believe there is, right? We would have that investment also as tax basis, right? Tax assets, book assets, and incur deferred taxes to the extent we're depreciating those assets over a life. And those lives differ between book and tax, as I'm sure you know, thus creating it, so.
Right, but are they commingled with regulated rate base?
I'm not 100% knowledgeable if they're commingled or not.
Well, let me ask this, for book purposes, do you keep different books for farm tap customers and LDC customers?
Not that I'm aware of.
So at least for book depreciation purposes, the assets are being depreciated on a combined basis, right?
That would be my understanding as I sit here, yes.
Yeah, and are you aware if you all have the sort of stratification of detail in those books to determine what specific assets are dedicated to serving farm tap customers versus LDC customers?
I haven't seen that. I would think we could.
Okay. And then for tax purposes, do you all, any differentiation between the way you all claim accelerated depreciation between farm tap property and rate regulated or not rate regulated, LDC customer property?
Just given my experience with book accounting and tax accounting, the tax accounting groups usually get a little bit more condensed, so I know we have LDC tax returns, sort of separated, so my gut reaction is I wouldn't think they would be separate on the tax side, but on the book side, perhaps we could, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether the company's books treat those meters and regulators that Mr. Morphew was talking about earlier for a certain category of farm tap customers in which the farm tap customers actually paid for that kit for the meter and the regulators? Do you know if the company treats that as if it was contribution aided construction?
I don't know if they do that. I've seen, in other examples where I've added customers mainly on the water side, where it can be recorded at net. I don't know if they've done that here. We'd have to check that subject to check.
I'll ask Mr. Brown those questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Those are all the questions I have. Ms. Brown, do you have any redirect?
I do not.
Okay. Is there any reason this witness can't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ms. Braun, you may call your next witness.
Sure. Our next witness is Mr. Paul Mao, who I understand will be testifying virtually. Looks like he just turned his camera on.
All right, Mr. Mao, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Paul Mao. My address is 251 Hopkins Road, Haddonfield, New Jersey, 08033.
Ms. Braun, you may ask.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mao. Can you
Good
hear me
afternoon.
okay? Did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And did you file rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I did that as well.
And were you the witness for certain data responses in this case as well?
Yes,
And there were also some data responses that another expert, Mr. Dylan Diascendis, had sponsored. Did you adopt those responses as your own?
yes, I do adopt those.
And do you have any changes or correction to your testimony or your responses?
There are none that I'm aware of at this time, no.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West, any questions?
No questions.
Ms. Schroeder?
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall my earlier discussion with Mr. Brown about ROEs and recently approved ROEs having to do with pipeline replacement riders?
Yes, I recall that.
Thanks. Do you agree that riders based upon forecasted expenses reduce regulatory lag and thus reduce risk?
I would agree that they reduce regulatory lag, yes. And that would mitigate that type of regulatory risk.
Thank you. And do you agree that stay-out provisions increase the risk to the company?
They do, yes.
And would you agree that the PRP, as Delta proposes to operate it, lowers its risk and increases the timeliness of cost recovery?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing your question. Can I have that again, please?
Sure. Would you agree that the pipeline replacement program, as Delta proposes to operate it, lowers its risks and increases the timeliness of its cost recovery?
I do agree that it provides a more timely recovery of revenues, and in that sense, it reduces risk, but yes.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Vice Chair Covich?
Yeah, just a few. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear, thanks.
Oh, great. It's a little easier since I'm right by my microphone and not in the big cavernous room. I think you probably heard some of the discussion earlier about other cases recently before the commission regarding gas companies in which capital recovery riders like the PRP had a discounted, had some basis points taken off the ROE. What is your view on that, and whether or not that would do damage to Delta's, the whole structure of the settlement as proposed by Delta here?
Yes, I would oppose assigning a different ROE to the PRP, get my acronym right. I would oppose assigning a different ROE to the PRP rider than the company gets for base rates. And there's a variety of reasons for that. First of all, it's not something that the gas industry has been faced with up until recently. That was essentially relegated over to the electric side. Another reason that I would be opposed to that is that all of the proxy group companies we use to measure the cost of equity have similar riders. So when we look at the stock prices or the betas of those companies and measure the cost of equity and then transfer that over to Delta, whatever risk reducing benefits there are to the PRP, they're already reflected in the cost of equity we come up with in this proceeding. So to make an adjustment on top of that seems to me to be double counting, and I would be opposed to that. The other thing is, if you have a lower rate of return on the PRP, that would just encourage gas companies to file more frequent rate cases, because once you roll those assets into the rate base, you're going to get a better return if, in fact, you lower the rate of return on the PRP. And those are the basic reasons why I would be opposed to it. And the most compelling one is the fact that that risk that we talked about, the reduced regulatory risk due to the PRP, it's already reflected in the cost of equity measurement anyway.
That's all I've got, thanks.
Commissioner Butler?
No questions.
Mr., is it Mal, is that right?
Well, that's the way I pronounce it, Mal, yes.
Okay. When you were preparing for this case, did you read the final order in Delta's most recent rate case, the 2010 matter?
Not the whole order. I did read the rate of return part of it.
Okay, that's great. So, three of the things that Delta cited for its differences in explaining needing a different ROE than other utilities that are in, maybe the RRA report or the value line survey, excuse me. Three of them, and this is a quote from page 20 of that order. It says, Delta cited such differences as its small size, substantially rural service territory, and low amount of equity as those three things that differentiate it from those other identified value line returns. What makes a small utility inherently riskier?
Well, what causes a small, whether it be a utility or any company, to be more risky, that a given dollar amount of change in revenue or expense is going to have a magnified impact on a small company than it would on a large company. So if you say your revenues go down by $1 million or your expenses go up by $1 million for whatever reason, and your overall revenues are only $10 million, that's going to have a rather significant impact on a small company. If your revenues are $100 million or $500 million, that $1 million change is not going to have the same impact.
And so that's the primary driver of that assertion?
Well, that's the primary one that I would give. There's also issues for small companies insofar as a lack of liquidity often, and their ability to attract capital. A lot of small companies pay premiums to attract capital because the liquidity associated with their stocks and bonds is less than a much larger company.
And so that certainly would apply to Delta, 11 years ago in that 2010 rate case. But would you agree as part of the Essential family, that is at least less of the case today than it is relative to that last rate case?
Yes, I would agree with that. When Delta was an independent company, that was a huge concern for the company. Less so today, but you have to keep in mind, Delta is competing with other businesses, other subsidiaries within the Essential Utilities family of companies for capital allocation. So they need to provide their parent company with a reasonable return vis-a-vis what kinds of returns the other subsidiaries can provide. But I agree with you. It's not the same kind of a concern as it was when the company was an independent company with traded stock.
Another one was substantially rural service territory. Have you heard the conversations today about this expansion of the service territory in the Nicholasville area?
I heard their testimony, but I'm not familiar with that area.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. Mr. Brown is, so I'll put him on the hook for this when he gets called back. But I guess my question is, if a fairly rural utility does begin to expand into growing areas, that all things equal would reduce the risk of continuing to serve that rural service territory, correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that, because when you have a utility per customer in an urban service territory, it's going to be less than the investment per customer in a rural, because you have more ground to cover between customers when you lay down pipe or wire or whatever you're serving.
So, and then finally, that third reason that Delta provided in that 2010 case to differentiate itself from those other value line utility returns was the low equity ratio. And would you agree that that's not necessarily the case today? I think from your direct testimony, you note the 5-year average common equity, this is on page 12 of your direct testimony, the 5-year average common equity ratios based on total capital, including short-term debt, were 56.5% for Delta, 48.1% for the gas group, and 39.7% for the S&P public utilities.
Yes, I would agree with that. The company is much more closely aligned with the proxy group today than it was a number of years back. Now, of course, the common equity ratio that they're going to use to set rates is a lot lower than that 56 that we talked about. But I certainly agree with you that financial risk as measured by the common equity ratio is not as much of a concern as it used to be.
Yeah, and the amount, is your understanding from the settlement, the amount that the stipulated revenue requirement is based on is still higher than the 48.1% for your gas group?
Yes.
You're aware of the Hope and Bluefield Supreme Court cases?
I am.
Okay. In those cases, or at least we'll talk about Hope for a minute. Would you agree that one of the, well, let me say this, at least under the federal standard of just and reasonable, right? Forgetting the Kentucky standard's a bit different, but at least under the federal standard of just and reasonable, that there's a sort of requirement to look at returns on investments of relatively the same risk in the same general area. Is that your understanding, at least at a high level, the requirements of Hope?
Yes, that's my understanding. I thought I could be wrong, but I thought the geography thing was in Bluefield, but I could be wrong.
I think you may be right. But I guess the part that I'm asking about is the businesses with, or companies with sort of a relative risk to those of the utility.
Yes, I agree with you, yes.
Okay.
And of course, it's a two-pronged standard. You're entitled to a return similar to those of other enterprises with similar risk, but you also need to attract capital. That's the other prong of the test.
So how does well, I'll just get to brass tacks. The CAPM inherently includes risk in its calculation, right? Through the inclusion of a beta?
Yes, you're correct, but it's just systematic risk, and I think if you look at the academic research that's been done on betas, systematic risk is less dominant than unsystematic risk, and of course the unsystematic risks are company-specific risks. Beta only measures market risk.
How does the DCF analysis take into account that required incorporation and consideration of risk?
Well, it's two ways it does that. One, by looking at the dividend yield, i.e. the stock price relative to the dividend payments. And the second part would be the growth rate of the particular company.
Okay, but I guess what the question on this is, it's not necessarily a direct input like it is in the CAPM, right? It's effectively the assumed investor required return, right? Inherent in the stock price, which is used to calculate the dividend yield, correct?
I agree with that.
Okay, and then inherent in that stock price as well is the expected growth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's really, when we're trying to figure out the cost of capital, we just have to assume perfect information has flowed down to consumers or to shareholders, and they've effectively told us what their risk consideration is in determination of their stock price at that given time, correct?
Yeah, that's an assumption of the model, correct.
Okay, but at least with the
We're assuming
CAPM,
an investor's got it right, and they may have it right, and they may not.
okay, and then on the second part, shareholder, I said the other day, it would be a lot easier in this job if shareholders would just tell us what it is that they're using, right? Whether they're using leveraged betas when they're determining when they're doing their models for the CAPM as to what their required rate of return is on a particular stock, or whether they use the CAPM or give it greater weight than they do the DCF. Do you have a position as to whether or not shareholders, stock holders overwhelmingly depend on one particular methodology over another?
I have no evidence that one is favored over the other. That's why I use more than one method to come up with the cost of equity. I happen to use 4 methods because there is no definitive determination that one of the models is more compelling than the other ones.
And is there any literature that overwhelmingly states that forecasted interest rates, for instance, turn out to be more likely than using current interest rates if you look at it ex ante?
Well, as an expert in the field, I obviously, by reading my testimony, have a favor of forecast interest rates only because all of the models are expectational. We're trying to figure out what investors expect their returns to be in the future, not what occurred in the past.
Right, but do you have any literature that would indicate that shareholders themselves believe that it's more likely those forecasted interest rates come about than merely using historical interest rates?
I don't think I could give that to you, other than to make the observation that obviously forecasts are something investors are interested in, given the proliferation of the number of forecasts that are out there.
So the fact that they exist is sort of your, when you say obviously, the fact that they exist determines whether or not you believe people are depending on them?
Essentially, yes. I mean, if nobody used them, the entities providing these forecasts would have no subscribers and they would cease to exist.
Okay. And then finally, have you taught classes on corporate finance valuation?
I've taught some classes, not at the academic level, but I've taught some classes at NARUC seminars.
Yeah, and is there, I guess, back to, there's a previous question too, not just what do people use, we don't know necessarily which models people are using to determine what their expected returns are, right, the shareholders' expected returns. Do you have any, understanding or inkling as to which methodologies are predominantly taught to the people who eventually go out and do this? Whether there's a focus in finance classes on CAPM or risk premium or DCF methodology, whatever it may be, that there's an overriding preference in academics for one of these methodologies over another?
Well, certainly the market-based models receive a lot more attention, and those being DCF, CAPM, and risk premium. The other method that I used, comparable earnings, was like the grandfather of all the methods. I mean, comparable earnings was developed at the time of, actually before Bluefield, and was the method, quote unquote, the method, up until the 1960s when Myron Gordon came along and developed
CAPM.
DCF, and then Sharp and Littner came along and did CAPM and so forth and so on. So today, it's the market-based models that get all the attention. Comparable earnings, not so much so.
And finally on this front, do you know of whether or not, or do you have any indication whether or not you've got the forecasted rates, you explained that, what's your basis for an expectation that shareholders are calculating CAPMs, for instance, with leveraged betas?
I don't have any evidence to show you that, other than the fact that leverage betas in the academic community are discussed quite frequently. And it's an adjustment to reflect changes in financial risk that are available to investors. So whether investors are individually doing this, I certainly believe the sophisticated investors would be looking at this. I mean, the institutions, the pension plans, the large mutual funds, they would be looking at that type of stuff. Whether my brothers and sisters would be using it or not, individuals, I sort of doubt. But the sophisticated investors are knowledgeable about it and have the tools to implement those kinds of adjustments.
Those are all the questions, Mr. Mao. Do you have any questions, Ms. Brown?
I do not.
Okay. Is there any reason that Mr. Mao can't be excused today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for being here with us, even if remotely. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So I'm torn. Ms. Braun, we have 30 minutes before I anticipated taking the next break, but it would appear that the next witness is Mr. Seeley.
Yes.
Based on my experience with Based on my experience with Mr. Seeley, 30 minutes may not be enough time. So we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Seeley, and we may take a break midway through his
Sure.
cross-examination.
on the question, Mr. Chairman.
As it does. So you may call your next witness.
Sure. Delta's last witness, other than Mr. Brown being recalled, is William Stephen Seeley.
Okay. Mr. Seeley, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
My name is William Stephen Seeley. My address is 2604 Sunningdale Place East, LaGrange, Kentucky, 40031. That's my business address.
Ms. Brown, you may ask.
Sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And did you also file rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And were you the sponsor of certain data requests as well?
I was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony or responses?
I do not.
And what documents did you bring to the stand?
I have a notepad.
All right, the witness is available for cross.
Thank you. Mr. West?
No questions.
You sure?
I'm certain.
All right. Ms. Frederick?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Seeley.
Good afternoon.
We're going to speak for just a moment about the non-recurring charge revenue forecast.
Yes.
Can you explain to us why the company based the forecasted test year revenue for each non-recurring charge on a linear regression analysis?
As Mr. Brown explained, we did not. The linear regression was in response to a data request that asked about the reasonableness of it. The way the company came up with it was to look at the base period of the 2000 period in order to, based upon judgment, considered that reasonable based upon the knowledge of those charges. The question in the data response was we took it to be to address the reasonableness of the charges, and that's, it also in the data request was a list of items or a reference to data request items that indicated what the expenses were for several years, and it asked to, the way we took it is to address the reasonableness of those expenses, and that's when we performed the regression analysis just to demonstrate that if anything, they were high in comparison to the linear trend. That's not what we used. That's not what we're proposing to use. What we proposed is what we filed, which is representative of the base and the test year in the case.
Okay. And does the company believe that how it has forecasted the non-recurring revenue is appropriate, especially given the recent disconnect moratorium associated with COVID-19?
Going back, looking at the trend, the company believes that it is reasonable the trend had started coming down before COVID. Therefore, based upon that analysis of it, that was one of the things that we looked at, was that it's been, those charges have been coming down, therefore, based upon the trend, they would even be lower. But we had a discussion when we were putting together the case as to what levels would be used, and a lot of it is based upon the experience of people in those areas, and a determination made that they were reasonable by looking at them. We didn't do the linear analysis at that point, but they were considered and determined to be reasonable.
Okay. Do you expect the level of reconnection and collection charge revenue to go back to, say, pre-2019 levels in the year 2022 and beyond?
Again, Delta didn't experience the decrease that a lot of other utilities did. So I suspect they will go back probably to the base period that was selected. I doubt if they'll go back like 5-year level, because the trend was going down before that. So to answer your question, it depends on how far back you go. But we feel that the level that was reflected in the test year is a reasonable level going forward.
Okay. And on a different topic, subject to check, would you agree that as originally proposed in Delta's application, 52% of the overall increase was placed upon the residential class?
That sounds reasonable, because residential class is by far the largest class on the system. Therefore, and we did propose a higher percentage increase originally for that class. In the settlement, we didn't, but in the original filing, it was higher than the overall, and since it's such a large class for Delta, it sounds like it would be reasonable. Subject to check.
And again, subject to check, would you agree that approximately 41% of the proposed overall increase was placed on the residential class in the settlement?
Yes, but that reflects a lower percentage increase, excuse me, a lower percentage increase than two of the other major classes, namely the non-residential small class and the large class. Those are the two other major classes, and in the settlement, the company proposed a higher percentage increase to in its application, it proposed a higher percentage increase to residential, but ended up with a lower percentage increase for the residential class. But since the residential class makes up the largest portion of any class in revenue, 47%, or whatever the percentage you mentioned, doesn't sound out of line.
Okay. And can you explain why the percent of the overall increase allocated to the residential class was lowered from over 52% of the overall increase to approximately 41% of the overall increase in the stipulation?
Yeah, that was a couple factors on that. One of it's an artifact of the settlement itself, because we ended up, after considering the position of the Attorney General, lowering the percentage increase to the residential class from what we had filed. So that was one element. The other element, there was classes that we didn't propose increases to, and other classes that we didn't propose as large of increases maybe we could have proposed hadn't it been for competitive issues. So that was the primary reason the company lowered it. It was an artifact of the settlement.
Okay. And I think you may have just at least partially answered this question, but if not, can you explain how the balance of the revenue increase was allocated between the remaining non-residential classes?
I'm sorry that trailed off. If you could repeat the...
I understand completely, and I'll be glad to yell. Can you explain how the balance of the revenue increase was allocated between the remaining non-residential classes?
In the settlement,
Yes.
In the settlement, we allocated the balance on the basis of the pro rata share of our original proposal. Therefore, what we did, we basically set the residential increase to 10%, slightly under 10% in fact, and the residual amount, we allocated the increase the way the company proposed. Therefore, it was pro rata in accordance with the company's proposed increase.
Okay. As a post-hearing data request, staff is going to request the cost of service study based upon the stipulation.
That won't be a problem.
And also for the class rate of returns based upon the stipulation.
Yes, I can, if it helps, if you would want to wait for it, I can give them to you right now as far as what the rates of return are for each class, or would you just rather wait for it in a response? Because we can give you the entire study updated for the settlement is what you're asking for, is that correct?
Yes, and we'll just go ahead and ask for that as a data request.
Okay.
Can I just ask, will the updated cost of service study show the relative rate of returns or just the actual rate of return?
It will show the rates of return at the proposed, or excuse me, the settled revenue.
Do you mind to off on the side when they ask this request to show those relative to system returns?
Relative to what?
So you'll have a system return on that cost of service.
Oh,
study,
yeah, it'll show
right?
that.
The system return, and then you'll have each class's individual return as a percentage basis. But just off to the side, so that's very handy for us, could you put each system's return relative to each class's return relative to the system return?
What do you mean, as a ratio?
As a ratio. So if
It won't be a problem.
if the residential class is earning exactly a cost of service, it'd be 1, right?
Okay.
And somebody's at half, it'd be half.
Won't be a problem.
Thank you. I figured that would take about 30 seconds, but that would be very helpful. Sorry, Ms. Frederick.
Okay, Mr. Seeley, are you prepared to answer any questions at all about farm taps?
It depends on the question. We can give it a
Okay.
try.
I'm gonna give it a try. Are you aware of any contractual agreements that Delta has with any operators of gathering lines or wells to provide service to what would traditionally be called farm tap customers?
As far as the operating agreement, I'm not the best person to answer that question. I do know they purchase gas effectively for that. You can call it procure the gas from them for the customers, but I have not looked at the contract related to that procurement, calling that procurement of gas.
Okay.
I haven't looked at that, no.
But you can confirm that Delta does procure gas.
They procure in the sense of purchasing it, and it comes on their books. Therefore, there is procurement. Now, there's no procurement in the sense of actively looking for a supplier because it's a single supplier. So it's not procure in the sense of going out and buying gas in the market. It's just purchasing for these end-use customers from the gathering system.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Vice Chair, any questions?
Yes, I just have one hopefully small area of question. Good afternoon, Mr. Seeley.
Good afternoon.
We were just talking about the allocation of the revenue increase in the stipulation across the rate classes. And I believe you'd said that it was determined there would be a slightly less than 10% increase allocated to the residential class. I think it's 9.94%, and then the rest was just prorated. Did I state that right?
I'm really having a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. The allocation of the revenue increase among the different rate classes. In your testimony with staff, we had just talked about that a little less than 10% increase was allocated to residential in the stipulation, and then the rest allocated then by percentage based on the relative percentages that have been asked in the application.
Yes, if I can elaborate it on a little bit more, it may be clearer. Each rate class other than residential, we took the increase for each class and allocated the total residual increase less the residential on that same basis pro rata, if that makes sense. So
It does, but what I wanted to ask about is how then the 9.94% to residential was arrived at.
how what the residential was derived at?
Yes.
The residential was derived at by a stipulated number. So it was a stipulated number in the settlement. It is slightly less, or somewhat less, I wouldn't call it slightly less, than the large and the small non-residential. But that was purely a stipulated number, the 10%.
In your opinion, is it a fair, just, and reasonable result, this allocation?
Obviously, when we proposed it, we proposed a slightly or somewhat higher increase to the residential class, but, it's a consideration that right now, with gas prices being up, that I don't think it's an unreasonable position to allocate a slightly lower increase and assign a slightly lower percentage increase to the residential class. That is ultimately a judgment on how far you go with increasing classes to move them toward cost of service. And I don't think it's it's within what I would call a zone of reasonableness to increase them less than the other two classes.
That's it for me. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Butler?
No questions.
I just have a few, Sheila.
Okay.
Cash working capital, let me know if you disagree with this.
No.
The cash working capital is effectively the outlay of investors in order to fund the ongoing cash needs of an organization, whether it's a regulated utility or otherwise.
The cash needs, it's the cash invested, but yes.
Okay.
I would, so often there's a confusion about that there's a reserve of cash. That's not what it is. It's actual cash that is invested in the operation of the utility.
Right. And a lead lag study attempts to try to determine whether additional investment is actually being made in order to fund the cash needs, or if the receipt of income is coming in quicker or at a greater rate than effectively cash is going out, and therefore there aren't additional cash investment needs in order to fund those ongoing operations. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, in general, I would agree with that.
Okay.
I would have worded it differently, but I think it's close enough that I can agree with.
Yeah, and so it's all about the leads and the lags, and it's the leads are looking at money coming in the door, right? Cash coming in the door, and the lags are money going out the door. Is that a fair characterization?
It's the other way around.
Okay, right.
It's the other way around.
So
But you got the
leads,
idea. There's a lag in the amount of the time that you provide service and when you receive the service.
okay, and leads is the opposite of you're getting effectively, you may get paid before you provide the
Right.
service. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, and therefore you're measuring the difference between those two in total, and that is the amount that is invested, whether positive or negative, for operating the company.
Okay.
And one other comment, obviously, with respect to a utility, particularly a gas utility, that will vary throughout the year, and that's why you look at it on an annual basis.
Right, right. So you conducted a lead lag study in this case, is that right?
We did not propose a lead lag study in this case. We proposed to use the traditional method, which was approved in all of Delta's previous rate cases, and Delta's never been directed to do otherwise. Delta proposed the 1/8 method, which is consistent with its precedent and what's been approved. And the staff in a data request asked us to complete one that was done, and we completed it and provided it in a data response.
That's a long way of saying, yes. You did the lead lag study, you supported the lead lag
I did the
study.
lead lag study, but not
Okay.
in the application, is the
All
point
right,
I was.
so what's that's fine. So what is, does the 1/8 methodology assume that, cash working capital, an investment of cash working capital is necessary at the amount of approximately 1/8 of the company's, annual O&M?
That's correct.
Okay. Did the lead lag study indicate that the company is actually required to make an investment in order to fund cash working capital?
No.
Okay. And in fact, that not only were they not required to make the investment, in effect, the leads, this is going to be one you'll probably take issue with, but the leads are outpacing the lags in that there actually came out to be a negative cash working capital need. That there was not the need for an investment, but that the leads outpaced, whatever the term may be, the lag so much to where, well, I guess I would ask, how do you characterize a negative cash working capital
No, I would
amount as an
characterize
outcome
it
of lead
basically
lag?
the way you characterized it.
Okay.
The company does not have, according to the study, that's one method of approaching it. According to the lead lag study, it indicated that it was negative. So there's no cash investment. And, what you do with that is another matter, but.
Yeah. Yeah, and the 1/8 methodology just assumes that there's an investment made, right? And in ordinary business, non-regulated business, non-rate regulated business, it's not really that big of a deal. It's gonna show up organically, right? Cash working capital. You're gonna be financing your ordinary operations, and whatever is required is gonna be what you in total financed. But here in rate making, where customers' rates are based off of a return on investment, it becomes more of you need to make some, especially if you're using rate base as the rate on the rate of return, it needs to be a little more specific. Is that fair?
I would, I wouldn't agree with the word organic that you put in there, because companies go to greater length to manage that in order to, but non-regulated companies, it's less critical because they're not rate-based regulated. Therefore, it's a very critical issue because they want to manage their inflows in particular. They want customers to pay on time, and they want to manage their cash requirements. As a small business owner, when I started the business, it becomes very real that you have to spend a lot of money before you get the first nickel back from a customer. Therefore, it's critical as a business owner. Now, it's important as a regulation because what do you include in rate base? And the history of regulation, the 1/8 rule used to be widely prevalent and still widely used in FERC formula rates now. And all the FERC formula rates that you see for electric service, almost all of them still assume the 1/8 rule.
Yeah, so I want to stick away from FERC's formula rates, because that's you don't want me to go down that avenue of disagreement. What I want to get to with these questions is that capitalization, when a utility uses capitalization for rate of return, it becomes a little less of a, when you use capitalization for rate of return in utility, for utilities, you don't necessarily define the cash working capital. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's because what you're looking at is, this is the amount total that we have invested, less, non-regulated assets, but you're just looking at the total amount invested as your rate of return, instead of rate base, which is sort of the piecemeal and identified. Is that correct?
That's correct. I will further say the capitalization would theoretically include that in it.
Okay.
Because it's the cash that was required to capitalize the company, therefore theoretically, it would include everything.
And that's kind of one of the things I want to get to, is if you, in theory, had a lead lag study that showed a positive amount, and you used capitalization, in effect, what you would say is, it already includes whatever that lead is, right? And if you had a lead lag study that showed your actual leads and lags, and it was a negative amount, then your capitalization, that would just be inherently, I used the word organically earlier, but that would just be reflected in your total capitalization, is that correct?
It would be reflected in your capitalization needs theoretically,
In
along
that-
with other things.
In that you didn't have
Deferred
to.
income taxes.
In that you
everything.
didn't have to make that investment, and then actually, you're able to get the benefit of those excess leads, right?
In capitalization, yes.
Capitalization. Did Delta use capitalization for the termination of the revenue
They
requirement
use rate
stipulation?
base, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, John can, or Mr. Brown can confirm that, but I believe the recommendation is based upon rate base.
Okay, and the one thing, if we don't already have it, as opposed to your data request, what I'd love is if in the settlement, that for the settlement revenue requirement, because it's my understanding, at least a portion of this case discusses capitalization, maybe even early on, but if for the settlement, the company can provide a reconciliation for those revenues between rate base and capitalization.
Yeah, I think they probably already did that in the original filing.
In the
What
application.
you're asking for is for the,
For the revenue, for the actual revenue requirement proposed in the stipulation, the same sort of
as far as the
reconciliation.
difference between a reconciliation of rate base to capitalization.
That's right.
I think that can be done.
So I just want to ask, you seem to take, I think maybe the word you used was unfair, but you seem to take issue with, in your rebuttal testimony, the Attorney General's witness proposal that rate base be reduced in accordance with the lead lag study. Is that a fair characterization of your concern?
I don't remember unfair, but I suggested that the 1/8 rule should be used because it's consistent with what the company has used for decades, and including the last rate case, and was not put on notice in the last rate case that it would be required to use otherwise. And I said, as an alternative, that, you know, you could split the difference between 0, which they recommended, and the 1/8. That would be consistent with the spirit of compromise. But in the settlement, we agreed to 0.
Excuse me, it was Mr. Mao that described a proposal as unfair. So, even knowing what the lead lag study showed, that the company is not being required to invest in order to fund cash working capital, in your rebuttal, it's the company's position that they should still be able to include a 1/8 methodology amount for an investment that the company is not actually making, and then that the return is applied to.
In the absence of the settlement, keep in mind, in the settlement, we agreed to 0. So in the position that was filed in rebuttal is that it's reasonable. That's one method of calculating it. And was my testimony that in the absence of a settlement, that the commission should allow the 1/8, and if the commission feels that the 1/8 or the lead lag approach is more appropriate for Delta in the future, they can order Delta that will be the ongoing approach and do it in the future. That's basically our filed position. In settlement, again, we agreed to it as 0.
Yeah, but the follow-on question is, not only do we now know based off your lead lag study that the company is not investing in its system at 1/8 the amount of annual O&M in order to fund cash working capital. We actually know that there's a negative amount that came out of the lead lag study for cash working capital. And so why is it fair or just or reasonable, whatever? We always have we have the fun one. We get fair added to it. Fair, just, or reasonable, or any of the above. Oxford comma is not there. That customers should pay a return on an investment that the company is not making.
Okay, there's a premise in your question that I'm going to take exception to, and that is that that a lead lag study determined. That is one method. Okay, a lead lag study is a method, 1/8 is a method. Both of them are reasonable methods. Okay. The lead lag study is a statistical analysis that estimates what the cash working capital does. The formula rate is a formula method that estimates what the lead lag study shows. Based upon my years of working in this industry, utilities in regulatory filings are guided by precedent, guided by commission's orders in the past, and that establishes a reasonable basis for how they file the case. The 1/8 method is reasonable. The lead lag study is reasonable. And in the absence of a directive from the commission, it's my view that the company has followed precedent with respect to that.
Right, but that's an answer to a different question.
Okay.
My question is, if we have evidence that not only is the company not making an investment at 1/8, but that the other methodology shows they're not making any investment at all, pursuant to the lead lag study for cash working capital, why is it reasonable, based off that evidence, for customers to pay a return on an investment that the company is not making?
Okay, based on solely that evidence, we have another piece of evidence, namely the 1/8 rule, that shows that it's positive.
What's the correlation? Let me ask you this question. What's the correlation between actual cash working capital and 12.5% of O&M?
It is a rule of thumb, regulatory precedent. It's an approach that has been found to be reasonable even by this commission. The other one is a statistical analysis that goes through the leads and lags actually experienced by the company. It's another method. So there are two methods, and the company used a method that has traditionally been used in the past and approved by the commission in the past. So you have two pieces of evidence here. You have two indicators, and the judgment has to be made as far as which one's the more reasonable, and then, in my view, the commission could direct the utility to use a particular one. It's just the same situation is sort of there with rate base or capital, which one is going to be used. And in this state, we have a history of using both.
Right, but would you agree that rate base and capitalization both have a correlation to the actual investments made to serve the
Yeah,
public?
but they're never the same, just like the 1/8 and the lead lag study are never the same.
Well, that's right, but one is constant, right? The 1/8 methodology is always 12.5% or 1/8 of O&M, correct?
The formula's constant, but the inputs aren't.
Okay, so I'll go back. So are you saying that let me just ask you this way. Would you agree that the only correlation that that cash working capital out of 1/8 methodology relates to cash working capital is that cash working capital is a general matter of funds, operations, and maintenance expenses?
That's the premise of the question. I think it's a little bit broader than that because it goes into the revenue requirement of the utility.
That's the relationship between cash working capital.
That's how it's determined. That's how it's applied. No question about that.
The PRP, were you watching the hearing earlier when I was asking Mr. Brown questions about the PRP?
I was.
Okay. Do you know when the 12 months of the most recent PRP, the one that hasn't had the balancing adjustment or the true up yet, over what 12 months that mechanism was supposed to run?
The current PRP will go through 2020 2021 this year.
Okay, does it end, is it calendar year PRP filing?
Yeah, it's a calendar year PRP filing.
Okay,
And then there's obviously any balancing adjustments in the future for that. So, would go into effect. And as I understand it, there's a balancing adjustment, and then there's a small estimated balancing adjustment on the balancing adjustment.
yeah.
So,
Do you have any indication from the company when it comes to balancing adjustments, what's of greater importance or concern, whether or not the entirety of the capital was recovered, or whether the billing determinants weren't necessarily aligned?
they would take in consideration the actual cost versus the revenue collected. It's probably the one with the greatest volatility would be the revenue collected, because it's temperature dependent, and it's less inherently less predictable than the revenue requirement piece, the capital piece.
When are rates in this case set to go into effect, do you know?
What's that?
When are rates in this case set to go into effect? When's the suspension period end, do you know?
They were designed to go into effect January the 1st, 2022. That's when they were proposed to go into effect, or, essentially proposed based upon the forecasted test year, which is the same, which is 2021, or 2022 rather, January the 1st, 2022.
Okay. And if the suspension ended January 2nd or January 3rd, that would be little to no consequence to the total revenue requirement. Is that fair?
That's fair.
The other question I have, this is for my personal knowledge, given that everybody comes in here and lawyers up, and it's hard to get good answers. So it's easier to get them in similar cases that certain things aren't an issue in. But it's relevant, Ms. Braun, I promise. The lead lag study that you conducted, how long did it take you to conduct, your firm to conduct a lead lag study? Do you know how many, I want to understand big picture, how involved a lead lag study is, because we've heard some utilities claim, just as background, we've heard some utilities claim, oh, we can never do a lead lag study, it's too involved, we'd have to spend tons of money. They're required to do it, they come in the next rate case, and when you're asked, well, where's the rate case expense to do a lead lag study, they go, oh, we did it in-house, it took a few days. And then you have, other folks that take the other side of it and say, oh, it's not that bad, we just, it may cost $20,000, $30,000. I want to understand in this instance, of the effort that you've put into this case, how many folks at your firm, how many folks did you get inputs from? I know that Ms. Braun was talking about the motion that was filed earlier for an additional few days, I think 5 work days. I'm just curious if you could explain how involved conducting that lead lag study in this matter was.
I'm going to grab my calculator.
That'd be fine.
I can probably give you a pretty good estimate of how many hours it took us
Okay.
to do it. And
The witnesses get out calculators, this is when I get nervous.
Well, Steve Seeley gets out calculators. Mr. Seeley has the thing. Only one time you've appeared here, at least a dozen times in the last 5 or 6 years, and only one time has your rebuttal or direct testimony not included a sigma. So if Mr. Seeley needs a calculator, I'm worried about what math that he's doing.
I'll also say, this is the shortest rebuttal testimony I have ever submitted. So I was very impressed that it was only 3 pages. But in any event, 3 or 4 pages. But it took about a week and a half.
Okay.
Primarily of my time. I had some assistance with one of my associates in there as far as putting together the data together. But it took about a week and a half. Now, I'd like to comment on that. I think I've done a lot of these, and out in Nevada, I would do them every year, and it took about the same amount of time. However, I've been involved in another case where I wasn't the witness, where it cost a company that was a little larger than Delta. They spent $200,000 on it. So it depends on who you hire, I suspect, and how efficient and familiar they were with it. But they, I won't get into who the utility was, but, or who the consulting firm, but it was a very large consulting firm, and they spent $200,000 on it. And so it depends a little bit, but I suspect in a range of around 10 to 4, with my firm, 10 to $15,000 would cover it. Now, it's others that I did, I get a lot of input from the more that the utility does, the less involved it is. And I do them for LG and KU. They do a lot of that in-house, and it's provide assistance almost under my supervision there, so it's less.
So can we say, even at the upper level, from your experience, 50 to 60 hours from somebody who knows what they're doing?
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah.
Okay.
About 60 hours. That's exactly what I estimated here, about 60 hours.
Okay.
It would take our firm to do it. And I did them for years for Nevada Power and Sierra Pacific. And that's about the same.
Okay.
It took
As long as the receipts aren't in a shoebox kind of thing.
Yeah, I
It
mean, what
depends,
was
yeah.
more involved is attending the hearings and waiting to get on the stand and stuff like that for it. So.
Moved pretty quickly today. So. Ms. Braun, do you have any additional questions for Mr.
I do not.
Mr. Seeley? Is there any reason Mr. Seeley can't be excused today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Seeley.
Okay, thank you.
I think before we take a break, Ms. Braun, do you mind if we recall Mr. Brown?
No, happy to do so. And while he's coming up, there've been a few questions, hoping this could be helpful, about the Vinland and Delta contract. It's in the record.
Okay.
And it is in response to PSC 2-10. And the initial contract is between Delta and Columbia Natural Resources. And it starts on page 154 of that response. And there's also an amendment to that contract on page 29 of that response.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Brown, you are still under oath. I would ask, just to see if it's the case, Ms. Braun, if you'd like to narrow any of the questions you may have already discussed with Mr. Brown, if you have any direct that you'd like to conduct at this point.
The only direct I would have is when we were talking about farm tap and meter kits. Is the meter included in the meter kit?
No.
That's all that I have.
Mr. West, no. Ms. Frederick, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. I wanted to revisit the issue of Delta employees and internal controls when they go out to make a visit to premises to potentially disconnect service for non-payment. And if the customer pays in cash, we discussed this before, but was there anything else that you wanted to add to your response to that?
No, I have no new information on that.
Okay. And I am flipping through, trying to find everything that was punted to you earlier. Can you explain to us what financial benefit Delta receives for providing farm tap service to customers that are located within 1/2 air mile of another operator's natural gas gathering line?
Well, there are financial benefits of serving those customers, really very similar to serving customers on our distribution system. where each additional customer contributes to the fixed charges of the utility, and we see that as a positive.
And Delta's cost to serve those farm tap customers, how does the cost to serve the farm tap customers relate to the cost to serve your regular distribution customers?
Well, one of the big distinctions would be, and when we're talking about the different stacks of farm tap customers, so here, we're talking about the group that is, say on the Vinland pipeline, the group that's on Diversified, the Pikeville customers. So the big difference from a cost perspective is that Delta does not own the pipeline, so we have no pipeline costs per se to serve those customers.
But Delta does procure gas in order to serve those farm tap customers.
Well, I think again, to answer that, need to think about the different groups. But when we say procure, on the groups, the Vinland, the Pikeville customers, the usage of those customers is metered. It is, they use whatever they use, and then we are billed what those customers use, and we pay that bill. So we don't, I think we're getting, we get tripped up a little bit with the word procure, because that kind of assumes in our business that you're going out ahead of time and arranging contracts and arranging and making projections and all that stuff, but that it really doesn't happen in the same sequence. Those customers just use what they use, we get billed for the gas, and we pay for it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for this witness.
Vice Chair Kovich? Any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Butler?
No questions.
If any of those lines stop, if the production related to any of those lines that are connected, like the Pikeville system, run out of production, is it Delta's position that they'll stop serving those customers?
That's true.
Okay. And then, does that also apply to the lines that are transportation lines?
Well, if it's truly a line that is served off of Delta's transportation, I think as a general rule, it's our gas in those lines. So we would have the capability to backfill to serve those customers.
Okay.
And that's one reason why those are not included in the special rate, because those customers do receive a higher level of service because they are physically connected to where Delta Gas Supply can serve those customers.
You were talking earlier about farm tap customers contributing to fixed costs of the utility. Were you talking about a specific subset of those farm tap customers?
I don't think that my comment would differentiate each, when you're thinking each customer is going to be a contributor to the total revenue requirement to satisfy that.
I guess the question would be, but does Delta believe that those farm tap customers are utility customers?
No, not, we do not.
Had questions, because I'm a glutton for punishment, Mr. Brown, about the ADIT related with farm taps. Did you hear my questions earlier on that issue?
I did.
Yeah. So do you keep different books for the farm tap properties?
Well, there again, it breaks down by group. So the group in Pikeville, the former, those customers are in separate books.
Okay.
Totally separate. So they would have been treated however they were treated for tax purposes, book purposes. It's a pure farm tap system, so there's no, in the Delta system, I believe in the books, to this point, those customers would not be segregated in any way in the fixed asset.
Yeah, so like meters are meters, is that right?
Exactly.
For group accounting?
Right.
And for tax purposes, same thing?
I would assume the same on that.
Okay. And then, what about the Vinland group?
The Vinland group would follow the same as the traditional Delta. It would be all together.
So you can delineate Pikeville for books purposes, but not the remainder of the customers, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. How did you treat excess ADIT for those two particular groups for farm taps?
I am not aware that we made any differentiation.
Okay. So you would have had differences, well, let me ask, do you have differences in book and tax depreciation related to accelerated depreciation for the Pikeville system for those assets?
Yes.
And were those excess ADITs reflected as an offset to rate base for utilities, for the utility books for rate-making purposes?
For rate-making purposes, we put both balance sheets together, so yes.
Okay. And you file a consolidated, let me ask, do you file a consolidated tax return for all of these assets?
Yes. Up a level. It's not at our level, but
yeah,
it's consolidated.
And then contributions in aid of construction, do you carry any of the payment for those meter kits that have been previously paid? Do you carry those on the books as contribution in aid of construction?
You know, that is a Pikeville, that system, I don't think so. My assumption is that is all done net. It would be effective contribution in aid. I don't think that they're on the books, but I would have to.
You don't book contribution aid construction, your rate base effectively is netted at whatever the contribution was versus whatever the capital outlay was?
Well, I think that, I guess to give it a specific example, if there's a regulator in that kit that was sold to the customer to be put on that farm tap, I believe that the customer bought that regulator as a merchandising below the line item, and then it is installed, and I don't believe there's any fixed asset record of that regulator, as it remains the responsibility of the customer. That's my understanding of it. I'd have to get confirmation of that.
We heard from Mr. Morphew earlier that Delta treats that regulator as if it's its own property. Is that what you heard as well?
Yes, we have to, I'm just, the meter kit and that discussion is just the Pikeville system. So we definitely have traditionally, in the Delta system, we've treated it as our own. But we are just learning the operation of the Pikeville system and figuring out exactly how it's been handled in the past, and we're wanting to conform those together.
Insofar as you get additional customers for farm tap, you're saying going forward, your intention is that the tariff make clear what is and isn't the customer responsibility, especially in terms of upfront costs, ownership, compliance, things like that?
Yes, that is our, has been our intention, is to get the tariff as clear as possible on those points.
For the gas that Delta transports on its own system that has farm tap customers on it, is that naturally odorized?
The the gas that is on Delta's transmission lines does have odorant added. And we test for that periodically.
Is there a particular reason why you add the odorant to that line?
It's my understanding that based on the use of that line, it is a requirement, but I can't quote the site.
When we talk about these kind of lines, we're not talking about things that are categorized as an onshore gathering line then.
Excuse me?
So it's, is it, trying to get direct, even if there weren't farm tap customers on that line, you're saying it's your understanding just what function that line carries out and how it's defined under state or federal law, that regardless of the farm tap, it's your understanding that line would require odorant anyways.
That is right. And you know, and one caveat here is that I know that internally, we refer to some lines as transmission lines, just because in our system, that's really the function they have, but like according to PHMSA, they're really distribution, higher pressure distribution lines. So there's sometimes a little bit differing regulation around it based on our common vernacular about it.
And it's a final question. This may be for you, this may be for Ms. Braun. There was a response in the 5th data request referring back to the transfer case from last year. I don't really necessarily remember who the respondent was. I want to make sure I get it right here. So well, this is why I was confused, because there were 3 sponsoring witnesses and I don't know who answered what. So there's you, there's Mr. Morphew, and then there's counsel. And this is the response to staff 5-1. Given the commission's finding that no separate farm tap rate was required, Delta did not propose a farm tap rate until this proceeding. The impetus for proposing a separate farm tap rate was the commission's order in case number 2020-00346, approving the transfer of control of PKY, which I believe was People's Kentucky, the short reference to People's Kentucky, in which the commission approved the increase of rates of the former PKY customers to the rates that Delta is presently charging its residential customers, but noted that the merger more than tripled the number of farm tap customers in Delta's system, and that the commission would investigate the reasonableness of Delta's farm tap rates. So, you all didn't propose anything different in this case because you all anticipate that the commission, based off what it said in the 2020 case, would be investigating those farm tap rates otherwise. Is that a fair characterization of Delta's perspective?
When you said this case, are you speaking to the
rate case.
acquisition case? Or
The one we're sitting in. Let me ask you this way. So you're not proposing to treat them inherently different in this case, correct? Farm tap customers.
We have proposed a separate rate for the farm tap customers that are served off of a third-party line.
Right, but not the farm tap customers you have already. Well, you have them already. Let me take a step. That's inartful. You're proposing a new rate, a separate rate for farm tap customers being served off of which systems?
Off of the diversified system and the Vinland system.
Okay. The remaining customers that Delta considers to be farm tap customers, in this case, under this proposed settlement, are being proposed to be charged which rate?
They are proposed not to be changed, so they will remain residential customers.
Be charged the rate that residential LDC customers are charged?
Yes.
Correct, okay. So, I guess my question is, based on this response, is Delta still waiting for the commission to investigate the reasonableness of Delta's farm tap rates?
I think that our view was that that was taking place through this.
That's what I want to be clear. It's that you all aren't waiting for another shoe to drop. I read this response as, we've been waiting for the commission to initiate an investigation on this.
No.
And regardless of what happens in this case, we expect to have an investigation on this. That's not your response?
No, we wanted it to be fully vetted throughout this proceeding.
If council can weigh in and not testify.
Sure.
But after receiving the order in case number 2023-46, we reached out to the executive director of the commission and let them know that we're planning to file a rate case, and that way that there wouldn't be a double amount of work done for the commission, because we knew that we were going to propose the farm tap rate, and therefore instead of having two proceedings, we would have one. The sentence about given the commission's finding that no separate farm tap rate was required refers back to that November 28th, 2001 order, Your Honor, not the order in 2023-46.
Okay. Let me ask you, Mr. Brown. Are you entirely comfortable with the classification, the description, and the interaction with the farm tap customers and Delta's ordinary LDC customers?
I think from a practical standpoint and an operational standpoint, I have become comfortable. I feel that there is a very clear difference in both cost of service and the service that is provided for those customers that are served off of a third-party line, like Diversified or Vinland. So that I'm comfortable with. Not being an attorney, all of the regulation and technical definitions of what is a farm tap, I mean, there's a lot of opinions about that. You know, that's the part that I think remains up in the air a bit. But I think that the way we have defined off of a third party, those are the ones that should have a different cost structure. I think we can. I think that we can, I guess, execute that rate very accurately.
Let me ask it this way. Outside of this room, and I'm being a little facetious when I say outside of this room, but outside of the people that are in this hearing, maybe a dozen or more people at Delta, a few scattered all over the state, how many people do you think, especially the customers that are farm tap customers, that are your customers, Delta's customers, right? How many of them do you think actually, do you have any idea, any thought as to how many of them know that once the gas stops flowing, there's no service obligation?
I do not know the extent to which they understand that.
Right, I mean, you've been there 26 years, right, at Delta. These customers are inherently different than LDC customers in that, from your understanding of the law, you have a service obligation to LDC customers, right? I'm not asking for a legal opinion, but that's your understanding of the requirements, right?
Right.
Right, but that's not the case for farm tap customers necessarily. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
So I guess I would ask, other than maybe like the notice, the tariff, whatever it may be, have you had any experience at your time, let me ask this, have you had any experience at your time at Delta in which customers find out that they're just farm tap customers and that any day that the gas stops running that they won't be served anymore? Do you have any experience of them finding that out or being surprised by it or having a concern for it?
We, not directly. We had a situation a few years ago where some customers were being served off of a gathering line that received some supply from us, and there were some issues that it looked like they may be losing service. So I guess I think back to that because we did have some interaction with those customers, even though they were not our customers, we did not bill them. So it's even further away. We really had nothing to do with that. But I guess when I think about what the interaction might be, those customers did get noticed that they were going to be losing their gas service, and they, of course, were surprised. And then we ended up being part of the solution, and they ended up not losing their service. But I think that was a surprise to them. So I think it's a reasonable view that if a notice like that showed up in some of these people's mailboxes, that it would be a surprise.
Yeah, and I sort of, for what it's worth, it's not worth anything, single commissioner here on the bench, but the few years that I've been around, there are 5 or 6 instances. The Pollitt matter, there's one recently that interconnected with the Kentucky Frontier system. There was one, maybe a year and a half, maybe longer than that, 2.5 years ago, that somebody gave their notice to customers that gas was going to stop there, and Mr. Tom Fitzgerald intervened and argued that no, they had held themselves out of the utility, they had an obligation to serve. There are 5 or 6 of these instances just in the last 5 or 6 years in which farm tap customers have been told, no, you're actually not gas customers. My experience has been that none of them knew that they weren't just ordinary gas customers like their neighbors. And 2, that they were very surprised to find that out and were very worried about how they were going to continue to serve, right? And so I guess my final question is, do you have any expectation, given that you already have a 5-year capital plan, of attempting to convert any of these non-utility customers, these farm tap customers, into utility customers? Have there been any discussions of that subject?
Well, I think we have had situations where a supplier is failing, and we have done, which kind of reinforce their view that we've done everything that we can to bring them on. I wouldn't say that we've gone through any plan or have that as a part of our 5-year plan to bring these customers onto the utility system, but there have been situations through the years where we have been able to do that when customers have been faced with losing their supply, when it's possible.
Do you all have any intention, maybe you all got your arm twisted in this last one, but do you all have any intention on acquiring any additional farm tap customers anytime soon?
I mean, we're definitely open if there are, if there are people that want to come on. The concern is, you don't want to add customers to a line if the supply isn't secure. So before we did that, we need to do some investigation and make sure that the supply seems to be able to provide that, because you definitely don't want to get in that situation, even though there's not the obligation. That's not the business we want to be in. But if there's sufficient supply, we're certainly happy to be in that business in a larger way.
And never say final question. On that item, with the exception of the Pikeville system, if all of the production ended on all the lines that you all currently have farm tap customers on, right? Are you able to backfeed any or all of those lines?
Some, not all, and I would say that, particularly the Vinland system, we wouldn't be able to help out with, but we would definitely do what we could.
Ms. Braun?
I'm going to regretfully step my toe into the farm tap water for just a second in hopes to make sure we're all on the same page about Delta's proposal in the case. Ms. Lloyd, if you could pull up the response to Commission's 5th request for information, number 3. Mr. Brown, are you familiar with this response? And if Ms. Lloyd can scroll down just a bit. So it describes the 3 groups of customers.
Yes.
And just so the record is clear, the first group of customers are those served from Delta's transmission lines, high-pressure distribution lines, or gathering lines, correct?
Yes.
Are customers taking that type of service, will they be migrated to the farm tap tariff?
No.
And will Delta be able to maintain service to these customers should there be a loss of supply on the line they are currently served from?
Yes, we believe so.
And the second group of customers in this response are those served from Vinland Energy's lines, correct?
Yes.
And is Delta proposing to move these customers, I think I've heard the number today, around 290, will they be moved to the farm tap tariff?
Yes.
And in response to the chairman's question just a moment ago, I believe this response says that Delta may not be able to maintain service to these customers through other sources of supply. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the final group of customers are those that came with the People's Gas of Kentucky system. Is that correct?
Yes.
And will customers in this area, will they be migrated to the proposed farm tap tariff?
Yes.
And is Delta able to backfill gas to those customers in the event that there's a loss of supply?
No, not at all.
Okay. That's all that I have.
Mr. Frederick, any question?
No.
Before we let Mr. Brown go, how many questions do you have for Mr. Bodino?
Two, one has a few parts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. You may step down. Do you have any additional witnesses, Ms. Brown?
We do not, Your Honor.
We will take a short recess. Endeavor to be back at 3:45, just enough time so people can stand up and take a little bit of, a few steps, use the restroom if they need to, and then we'll come back around 3:45. Take your time. All right. We're back on the record in case number 2021-00185. Delta's had its presentation of the case. And Mr. West, do you have any witnesses you'd like to call?
Yeah, we'd like to call Richard Bodino.
Okay, Mr. Baudino, please turn on your camera, your microphone, and raise your right hand. There we go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Richard Baudino. My business address is J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia.
Mr. West, you may ask.
Mr. Bodino, what's your occupation?
I'm a consultant with Kennedy and Associates.
And did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections that you'd like to make to that testimony?
Yes, I do. I have one correction.
Can you point that out to us where it is in your testimony?
Yes, this is on page 24, down on footnote 10. And I show the page 288 there. That should be 269.
So this is in the footnote where you cite to cost of capital, Pratt and Grabowski. It's a page number that you made an error with.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we could file an updated version of that in the record if you'd like, or.
Yeah, as Mr. Baudino was trying to find it, that was the thought I had. I think you had one witness, Ms. Braun, that had a correction. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay. I'll just make a general statement then. If anybody, prior to the submission of the case, if anybody has any, in lieu of sort of doing it on the fly on the stand, if you'll just file do a notice of filing with the corrected testimony, that would be great. I think that correcting the specific pages will suffice, but I always prefer for somebody to just refile the testimony with the corrections in it. I'm not a big fan of our NUNC orders either that take out a paragraph after the fact and you don't know. You get a copy of the order, you assume it's right. So yeah, I would ask that you file that in the record prior to the submission of the case, Mr. West.
Okay, we'll do that. Mr. Baudino, did you sponsor any responses to data requests in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If you were asked those same questions today, would your answer be the same?
They would.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes, yes, it is.
Chairman, the witness is available.
Ms. Braun, do you have any questions for this
I do
witness?
not.
Ms. Frederick?
Thank you. Mr. Baudino, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In your direct testimony, you supported a lower ROE for Delta's pipe replacement program than for Delta's overall operation. And will you explain your reasoning for that?
Well, yes. As I stated in my testimony, first of all, it's consistent with recent orders by the Commission with respect to the environmental cost recovery riders that I cited in my testimony, and I felt that the pipeline replacement rider was similar in that sense, in that it allowed the company to flow through investments without the kind of rate review that a rate case would normally entail. So because of that accelerated treatment, that all things, other things considered, that was the investments that had lower risk because of essentially much lower regulatory lag.
And does this reasoning still apply, although the proposed settlement doesn't contain this provision?
Yes, my reasoning still applies there, yes.
And do you agree that riders based on forecasted expenses reduce regulatory lag and then thus reduce risk?
I do.
And would you agree that stay-out provisions increase the risk to the company?
They could, yes, because there's some additional uncertainty with future economic conditions and so forth, so yes.
And would you agree that the PRP, as Delta proposes to operate it, lowers its risk and increases the timeliness of its cost recovery?
Yes, compared to not having it, yes.
And for the capital structure in your testimony, you propose to lower the equity balance by 1.76% and increase the short-term debt balance by 1.76%. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Can you just explain why you propose the adjustment?
Yes, because what I tried to do here is judgmentally include some level of short-term debt in the company's capital structure based on the company's use of short-term debt historically. Of course, in the filing, the company did not have any short-term debt included in its capital structure. My analysis of their use of the historical capital structures and the use of short-term debt indicated there should be some in there. So what I did was looked at a reduction to the equity ratio, pretty much in line with the average equity ratio of the proxy group that I used, and made the adjustment that way.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Those are all the questions I have for Mr. Baudino.
Vice Chair Covich, any questions?
Yeah, I do have just one small area that goes along with the first questions that Ms. Frederick asked you. I'm sure you were on, I don't know if you caught Delta's expert on return on equity and his discussion of why he thought it was appropriate to have the same ROE for the riders as for the general rate base. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes, I do remember it, and I was here for that.
What would be your response to the basis he stated?
Well, I think, I believe if I recall Mr. Mao's testimony on that point, it was that the members of the proxy group had the same ROEs for their regulated operations and for the pipeline replacement programs they had in place. I haven't reviewed that myself to see if that's correct, but assuming that it is, I mean, my response would be that those pipeline replacement riders, consistent with what this commission has done with the ECRs, should have a lower rate of return on equity associated with them because of the lower risk that the investments and costs being flowed through that rider consist of.
Yeah, I believe he also listed a couple of other factors. The first was he thought that the market essentially already factored the lower risk in, so to give another hit would be essentially a double hit. And then the other was because of that, you're just forcing them to come in quicker for a new rate case to ask to roll in the rider into the underlying rate base since it will get a higher rate of return. Do you have any response to those?
Well, I think it's first of all, on the second point, I think it's speculative to assume that it would a slightly lower ROE on investments being collected through a pipeline replacement program would cause a utility to come in sooner. You're already receiving accelerated regulatory treatment of those assets, which seems to me would keep the companies out longer than they would if they didn't have that rider. So I think I disagree with him on that point. On the first point you mentioned about the cost of capital for the other companies essentially being the same for their riders and for their regulated operations. Again, I haven't looked to see whether their pipeline replacement programs have the same ROE or not, but assuming they did, I think the difference there in terms of, at least in terms of the DCF, which we use current stock prices, I think the difference, if there is any, would be pretty small. And we're looking at ranges of ROE anyway. So, again, I don't think that would be a major concern.
Thank you, that's all I had.
Commissioner Butler?
No questions.
So, Mr. Bardino, I didn't, but the last question by the vice chair sort of raised it for me. Did you or Mr. Mal provide that you're aware of anything in the record that indicated the distribution within the proxy group of forecasted test, the use of forecasted test periods, gas cost recovery riders, pipeline replacement riders, whether it's on a historical or forecasted basis, the distribution of those types of cost recovery mechanisms within the proxy group?
I did not. I accepted Mr. Mal's proxy group with the exception of one company. I excluded Chesapeake. Now, Mr. Mal did look at several different areas of risk comparability between Delta and his group, and I can't recall if he had that information in there. I don't recall.
Well, I guess my question would be, if you're going to say that those types of things are already considered in the proxy group, or that, you know, the reduced risk from a PRP is already reflected in the proxy group, would you agree that looking at the proxy group to determine whether they have those types of mechanisms would be prudent in order to make that determination?
Yes, I think that would be helpful. It would be helpful to look at that from an analyst standpoint as well as for the commission.
Mr. West, do you have any redirect?
Just a couple. Mr. Baldino, in your opinion, does the stipulation implement rates which allow the company a reasonable return on equity?
Well, yes. The stipulation provides for a 9.3%. That's 20 basis points higher than I recommended, so I think, yes, it would.
And do you support the stipulation?
Yes, I do.
Anything else, Ms. Braun?
No,
Ms. Frederick,
Nothing further, Your
can
Honor.
this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for being here with us today, Mr. Baldino. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Staff does have, commission staff do have a significant number of, I don't want to scare you away, Ms. Braun, but we do have a few post-hearing data requests that you've heard today. I think we can get those done by, what, close of business on Friday, Ms. Frederick?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So- 2022 calendar. Close of business on Friday would be November the 19th. How many days would you need to respond, given you know generally what the questions are going to be?
Sure. Given that next week is, I think, Thanksgiving somehow, would 2 weeks, which gets us to Friday, December 3rd, be reasonable?
Yeah, so we can do Friday, December the 3rd, 14 days. For those responses, I think that would give us a month in order to take the case under, at least at the close of evidence. I mentioned earlier about the initial item that would be helpful if the company would brief. I do think that it would be helpful if, given at least the questions that have been asked to date, up to this point in the hearing, the company's perspective on, one, are all the customers that are identified as farm tap customers, do they fall under that category of farm taps under the actual definition? This is not a definition, but the idea of farm taps under KRS Chapter 278, and whether Delta has an expectation or concern that it has taken actions in the past that may change that from, assuming that the determination of farm tap is not a static designation and that it can change based off of conduct. If Delta has concerns that any of those farm tap customers are actually LDC utility customers in which it owes a statutory duty of service under 278030. And then, frankly, whether the response to staff's request 5-3 regarding the ability, for instance, to backfill should whatever gas is flowing through cease to exist. You know, there was a lot of, I guess, consternation in response to Ms. Frederick's questions about procurement, the word procurement. But if Delta is taking additional action where gas supply is not flowing on its own through some other transaction, through a line, if Delta is taking actions to ensure that gas continues to flow for the purpose of maintaining service, if that would inherently change that service from being a farm tap customer to a utility customer.
Sure, and if I could respond just briefly
Sure.
as part of this, with regard to the Vinland customers as well as the Peoples Gas customers. As we look at 278-485, I think it's also important to note, and this will be in the brief, that both of those situations have been considered by the commission, recognizing Your Honor's comments about those not being static designations, but Delta will put forward the evidence that the arrangements under which those operations have been deemed farm tap systems have not changed in any material way, which is why there is the concern that those customers could lose service, and that's why they would be migrated to the farm tap service. Because as we talk about these things, I know one of the concerns of Delta, and we can explain this more in the brief, is if there was a finding that customers in Pikeville, for example, were a retail customer, and Delta could not meet its obligations, that could lead to a situation where, would Delta have to abandon the system, for example? That gets us down a road of real concern for those customers. So we'll absolutely brief it, explain, the history of how we got to where we are, but just want to be sure that Delta cannot guarantee supply for those customers, and if they were a retail customer, that could have real serious ramifications on how they would, if they could continue to operate in those areas.
Okay. It's the difference between providing notice and then filing under abandonment, right? The difference is whether you have a service obligation. So, given the holiday, the response is due on the 3rd, when would you be interested in, I guess I'll give you first shot at picking a date, and then we can talk about whether it's viable or not, in order to file a brief along those lines.
How about Monday, December 13th?
Okay. I think that will work. I'd also just like to note that it's certainly 4 o'clock. Certainly your right, and Mr. West, should you choose to do so, to file, in addition to the items noted today, file a brief in support of your application, and in addition to that, the settlement.
Thank you.
Settlement agreement. So what we'll do is we'll file just, I assume there won't be any need for a responsive briefing. Is that fair?
That would be my expectation.
I was hoping you wouldn't ask. I don't think we need to file a responsive brief, but if we choose to file a brief in support of the settlement agreement, would that also be due on the 13th?
That's right. That's right. It would just be simultaneous briefs on that initial day, and then the commission would take the case under submission then. So we'll set a date in which the post-hearing briefs have to be filed of Monday, December the 13th. Okay. So we have 8 confidentiality petitions, I think. A motion to take under advisement regarding the late filing of additional time for the lead lag study, as well as a motion to file the settlement and the testimony supporting the settlement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there anything else that we need to take up this afternoon? I was going to say this evening, but it's not quite there. This afternoon?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, this hearing is adjourned.